welcome back. This is Individual Perspective Podcast. I'm your host, Daris D. McKinney, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Boy. Oh. Look, look, we gonna get it. We gonna get it. Please like, subscribe, hit those like, subscribe. The links in the bottom, you'll see it says an email to Individual Perspective email. Please use that email if it's content you guys want to talk about, or if you want to come up in a panel. We could do panels too. We need you. We're going to level it up. We need our community, and we're going to kind of do this and start this. Well, it's not really starting off. If you look at Individual Perspective Podcast, if you go into Rumble in our Individual Perspective Podcast channel, if you go to SoundCloud, Apple Podcast, Spotify, you'll see that we've been doing this for a long time. But I told myself we're gonna focus, we're gonna be relentless to get it started and keep it going for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? So we're gonna kind of, and forgive me, I want to be clear and be open about this. Sometimes I say kind of, like, really, those are not pretty my vernacular. I'm very verbose in communication and everything, but sometimes I'm trying to, maybe it's a little nerves in me, or sometimes I'm trying to kind of, even I say kind of a lot, I'm trying to make sure that what I'm communicating is something that I can say, you know what, I don't want to pull it off. I don't want to take it off the channel or anything, because you find that a lot of podcasters, they pull and you see them cut episodes as they do the episode on their streaming live. They'll go back in and cut it. So you're missing something that they had in the actual episode, because maybe they felt like it wasn't going to hold up to scrutiny, or it was going to kind of not be valuable in the moments after or whatever. I want to make sure that most of what I'm saying is going to stay on the platform forever. I'm not ever going to, I really don't think people have credibility when they pull context or dialogue that they have. So really, I have never really pulled anything. If you ever see me fickle or mess with a episode or a podcast that I do, it's because I'm taking and kind of, like, or something that I think that's not fluid or sometimes I would have space in dialogue where I'm collecting my thoughts, or I'm trying to remember somebody's name or something like that, or I'm trying to articulate myself in a way, and I'm not letting it fluidly process in my head and spit out of my mouth. I'm really taking my time with it, and it kind of gives dead air a little bit. So sometimes I'll cut those little moments out. I'll cut out stuff like something I think is just too dumb and redundant. Not dumb, but it's just too redundant in conversation to keep hearing. I'll take it out. So that's the only time you'll see me edit anything. I'm not ever going to go back on something I said. I truly believe that I have an individual perspective, and anything that comes out of my mouth, I hold up to. It can hold up to when I die. Okay? So in that context, I just wanted to tell you guys that Happy New Year's. Donald Trump just went into Venezuela, grabbed the president and everything, so I need to kind of get to that situation. But I do want to complete the Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor meets the Unavoidability series, this little 5-episode thing I'm doing here. I want to complete this, so that's why I'm coming online very early this morning to do this, to come online and really knock this episode out, and then I can get into recapping last year, the first year of Donald Trump's presidency, and kind of other things that I want to talk about, Charlie Kirk's death, and just different social, psychological, economical situations that we really need to talk about, because I truly believe, I have a feeling, because how technical savvy Americans are and how fast, robust, and how much we do our fast turnover rate, I truly feel that we're pretty witty and fast-witted, and we have a good comprehension of things and process of information and everything. But the way we vote, the way we shop, the way we show our loyalty is complete idiotic. So I want to get into that, but first, I'm using this Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor situation to show some kind of articulation and processing of evaluating content or context and communicating it where it's upheld, or you can see the inconsistency or the stabilization of it. So I wanted to kind of come back to that, but I want to take a moment and talk about who Daris D. McKinney is. I'm a filmmaker. I've been doing it my whole life. I've been really putting my hands in it my whole life. And when you become a filmmaker in America in the last 20 years, you kind of understand that you can't just be a director. You can't just be a writer. You got to be a cinematographer. You got to be a cameraman. You got to be an editor. You got to be a web designer. You have to be a app developer. You have to be a graphic designer, special effects. You have to be an audio technician. I'm talking about 10,000 hours more expertise of it. You have to be able to walk into a $200 million movie and know what to say and communicate your vision and execution to each department and know what they're actually doing to execute on it, so you can make sure that it gets done, or you can put evolutional or growth into the process of doing it. That's how you need to be post 2000, I say post 1990. When we went into 2007, that world, 2007 and on, was, now it was unavoidable to say that we as independent nobodies can do the same exact thing a multi-billion-dollar Warner Brother, Netflix, Paramount, Universal Studio, Disney. We have the ability to combat on a real level. We could pull off what they're pulling off on a real level. So once I knew that was to be true, like it is true, it's just what it is, okay? I made sure that my expertise and my ability and my actual execution was on that level, okay? Now, all I ask of the people that join me on this process of my journey that I'm taking and everything, that you really understand what you're asking for and what endeavor we are actually trying to execute on. If you don't, sooner or later, I'm going to get some self-respect about myself, and I'm going to demand it. And it's not going to be in a negotiation. I'm not going to have a committee about it. I'm just going to execute on what I think needs to be executed on, how it needs to be executed on. This is how I move. This is how I think. And I thought like this pretty much for the last 28 years of my life. I thought like this. I subdued it for the last 8 years. I'll say 6 years, because in Michigan and Detroit, it is really hard to have great people around you, like great visionaries, like aggressive, can-do people. That philosophical theory of having can-do people around you is all a theory, but have you truly had great, aggressive, can-do people? Now, some people might say, yeah, I have. That's the kind of thing that we do. You are an anomaly. You're an anomaly. An anomaly means you're the few. You're very few. I don't care about anomalies. I don't talk. I don't have conversations. I'm not structuring anything for anomalies. Or I'm going to make a movie that very few people understand. I'm going to say a dialogue or communicate something that very few people understand, but those my people. Those my people. So that's all I'm going to do. No. I communicate for the mass psychosis of the world. That most people are going to get it. Most people are going to get it. Most people are going to understand it. Most people see what I'm talking about. So I'm saying majority of people in Michigan and Detroit are not can do. They're not aggressive. They're not builders. Most people are assistants. They assist the visionaries, the doers. So in my situation, I knew that. But I knew you can't be like a tyrant. You have to do this. You have to have a community. You have to have a group. You can't make a movie by yourself. You can't do it because you're going to need somebody to hold the audio equipment. You're going to need somebody to get the cast or talk, or you're going to need a cast and all that stuff like that, and make the phone calls to them and everything like that, and to get them on set and all that. So in the making of what I did for the last 6 to 8 years, I kind of knew that I had to put Daris in the way that I think in my standards and what I'm, even the things that I'm trying to discipline myself to be, I have to kind of not make that my everyday function, because I'm going to insult people. I'm going to be at warfare. I'm going to always be at confrontation with people, and I'm never going to get anything done in Detroit because people quit here. They do a lot of quitting. They'll fall out. They'll have a lot of attitude and they'll sabotage. They love people in Detroit and Michigan. They love sabotaging things. If they know they can throw a grenade in the room, they will. And they will be in the room too. So they'll blow up themselves in whoever's in the room. They don't mind. They don't mind going into a room and blowing themselves up and everybody in the room just to prove a point. That's how they think here in Detroit and Michigan. So in that thought process, I knew you got to somewhat manipulate and motivate and structure for 10 years, 20 years down the line to everything you do. So I went into that. But at the same time, I understand that most people are not going to follow through to what they said they're going to do. I want to make a movie. Well, to make a movie, you got to be a multimillionaire. Why? Because you got to be able to put hundreds of thousands of dollars into a broke, independent, nobody film. In order for you to be able to sacrifice $100,000, you need to be a multimillionaire where your SS money, where it's like extra lucrative cash flow, is in the hundreds of thousands. So you could blow every quarter, maybe 100,000, maybe a month. You could blow 100,000, and it's not hurting you, your growth. You paying for your bills. You taking care of your family. You going to your vacations. You're doing whatever endeavor you want to do in your life. You have to be able to just put $100,000 into someone making an independent film coming out of nowhere, and let it work itself out. Let it work itself out, and you just had that money just working for you in a way, and it's maybe in the next 5 to 10 years you can see major residual cash flow from that. That's what making a movie is for the studios, the multi-billion people, the people. Do you think you got 90% of all the movies that comes out in a year don't make no money? They don't make no money, and sometimes most of them don't even make it to the box office. They're straight to video, they're straight to streaming, but at the same time, there's a business model for that. They're saying we're putting this movie out in the next 3 to 5 years, it'll collect the money that we put into it back. Because we're still going to promote it. We're still going to get people to put their eyeballs on it. This is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to structure it. And that's how they do. So in the independent, nobody, worthless, we don't even respect you as filmmakers in that realm. In order to have do an independent movie, you got to have $100,000. If you're not paying $100,000 to make a movie independent, I'm talking about nobody ghetto, like independent films. If you're kind of doing that, that means in order to pull that off, somebody got to sacrifice their true value. Let alone do it how I did it. And the way I do it, I'll say 90% of the people that's making movies in Detroit, I'm talking about independent nobodies, they know where, I'm not going to say stupid or crazy to do what I did. Most of them, they were like, just to get them on set, they were getting paid $30,000, $50,000. I was getting paid, where technically I wasn't getting paid. You know what I mean? To be honest, I wasn't getting paid. I had enough money to maybe feed some actors and do a couple things and everything, rent a car and stuff like that, and just be able to actually do the job. That's pretty much what it was. The big stuff was my sacrifice. I had to put my salary on the line, and I was willing to do it because I wrote the movies. I filmed the movies, and then I'm editing them. I have control of them. I'm the actual driver. All my stuff is registered with the Library of Congress, Writers Guild, all that stuff. It's registered where I'm not really debating who owns the movie. You don't go into contract with me for a percentage and everything else. This is ridiculous. Okay. I don't give power away for nothing. So I'm going to struggle, and I'm going to do a process of sacrificing to make the movies, and I'm going to give away everything. It's stupid. Come on. It's dumb. I'm not even going to have a conversation about this. Stupid. The only reason why I mention this is because in the endeavor of making yourself or getting yourself to greatness, sometimes you're going to have to understand that sacrifice is going to be needed. Okay? In the endeavor of that sacrifice, you got to know when to come out of it so you can survive, so you can even have a life, so you can even live to just be where, okay, we got those movies shot. I need to be able to survive enough, be alive enough to just go through the process of putting it in a presentation and delivering it to the people. But finding out in the last 6 to 8 years, you can actually destroy yourself and be able to be in no position where you can give it to the people because you sacrifice too much. You wasn't selfish enough. You wasn't, how can I say, self-preserve enough. So in that endeavor, for the last 2 years, I actually had to come out of wanting to make these movies because I got the movies. I did whatever it took to kind of get them shot and then been able to put them in a process where they could be edited and all that stuff like that. And now I need to really kind of go into the edit and really give it my all. So that means sound, editing, special effects, presenting the movie how it needs to be presented for life. So that's money. That's the big stuff. That's what costs money. That's why when you make a movie, you got to put as much money as you make the movie into actually presenting it. And the industry can kind of go, we'll use 30% of what we use. The same. If a movie costs $200 million to do the production of it, to prep it and do the production of it, then we're gonna put like maybe $75 million into the post production. That's how the industry deals with it. I think if you're independent and you're just not really industry level, you're not Spike Lee, you're not Antoine Fuqua, you're not Ice Cube, you're not 50 Cent. Because so far, I'm not seeing anything up to the level. Like 50 Cent is beating Atlanta, Chicago, Detroit, everything that we do here. He's still beating it with the first season of Power. That's terrible. I don't like saying that. But it's true. If you go detail to detail, stats to stat, like casting, cinematography, production, level of achievement, he's still beating everything that we're doing independently, Detroit, Chicago, and Atlanta. I know that going into my films, so that way I know who I gotta try to beat. I may fail at it, but my attempt is there to try to beat. And if my attempt is there to try to beat, I'm making pretty much some really good stuff then. Because that's a hell of an attempt. Because also, my teachers are Michael Mann, the guy that made Heat, the guy that made Miami Vice. That's my hero. That's who I mimic myself after. That's who I fight against. James Cameron, Michael Bay, that's where my brain is on a day-to-day basis. Antoine Fuqua, Jordan Peele, Spike Lee, that's where my brain is. I understand that level, and I have to somewhat do something as close as possible to them. So in that mindset, I'm like, okay, obviously I don't have real executive producers. I don't really have producers. I don't really have investors around me. They crying about 15 grand or 6 grand or 2 grand. And I'm like, hey, that can barely get the cameras rolling. Because the average actors cost 18 to 20 grand just to have them on set. So already I got to do something to make 90% of the budget that's not even available for me. And I do it. I knock it out. I get the actors, I finagle, do whatever I got to do, and somehow we on set and we're rolling. So now, in order to get cameras and lights and equipment and all that stuff, you got to pay 50 grand. 50 grand. A cinematographer, like a director, costs $1,000 to $1,500 a day. That's disrespectful price. That's if the director decide to disrespect his ability. A cinematographer is $500 to a grand a day if he's just disrespectful to his ability. You get what I'm saying? Just to have the equipment on set is about 15 grand a day. If you actually have some respect for yourself and what you're doing and what your abilities are. But let's say you don't, and you're $2,500 to $3,500 a day. So if I'm not getting paid that every single day that y'all see me on set, and I'm the writer, so you don't see me getting paid $10,000 to $100,000 to even be able to do this, period. You got to ask yourself, okay, what's your incentive to be here? It's mine. I'm the sole owner. May give a little sprinkle of net profit out there, but I'm the sole owner. And it makes me have to fight for the film because obviously everybody didn't dot their I's and cross their T's to why they even here doing this. And when I see that and I feel that, I say, okay, you know what? Somebody got to ambassador this to the finish line. Whatever that is, whenever that is. So I have taken on that endeavor for 6 years to multiple projects, and now I'm here. It took 2 years for me to even put myself in a situation where I can even get myself to where I can fund computers and hard drives and all that stuff. Even if I gotta do whatever I gotta do, because it's expensive. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars to truly do the movies that we did. The movies and the way I shot them, because I didn't shoot them just like, okay, I'm going to just do the default camera settings or my iPhone or some stuff like that. I did it, okay, how can I compete against the Panavision camera that they used on Dark Knight? How can I compete against the IMAX? What is the IMAX camera doing? What is the IMAX sensor doing? What is the IMAX projector film stock doing? What are they doing to process the footage and put it onto a digital drive in order to be edited, in order to be processed to get it to the viewers? What are they doing? And how can I structure what I'm using and the technology I'm using to be able to kind of have as closest output to that as possible? That's how I do it. Problem is with that's expensive because now you got a 15 terabyte movie. In order to edit a 15 terabyte movie, you got to have a 45 terabyte editing station to do that. And if you got 5 of those, you know what I mean? You're playing around with 250 to 300 terabytes of editing space. That's editing space. From 140 drives, like storage drives that you knocking it down to 300 terabytes of editing space. It's don't even get me started going through this. I know I'm 26 minutes in and I'm talking about my world. The reason why I'm telling you guys about this is as we go into this year and as we go into understanding podcasts and social influencers in the media, in the industry media, we need to understand our value at all time. Because even in my world and what I do, sometimes in order to get something done, even to be able to correspond with people, you have to turn off yourself so much in order to coexist. I think that's a bad thing. It's not a good thing. If I could say anything I learned over the last 6 to 8 years in my totality of history of filmmaking, one of the reasons why I kind of made sure that I didn't throw myself around certain people or have to be able to depend on the relationships of certain people is because I knew that you can live a whole life and have nothing of value to show for it if you allow yourself to be a derivative or an assist of people that they just care about their own self gratification. That's dangerous to me. So what I had to do is I had to do something that in the totality, it was something that was respectful to everybody in the time that we were in. But at the same time, I got to fight for it for the time of now. So something that you only value at the time of when we did it, I got to make sure that it means value now. Because there's movies that Tom Cruise, Paramount, Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal Studio, all the big boys, Tyler Perry, all of them. There's movies that and content that they've done that they spent hundreds of millions of dollars at, that their business model is formed that we got to do good for this movie, that it'll be attracted to people 5, 10, 20 years from now. Because some movies I'm just not seeing in there 10, 15 years old. 8, 5 years old. I haven't seen them. And I'm not the only one. There's it's billions of people, hundreds of millions of people in America that are coming across content every single day like that. And we have the mindset in Detroit, in local filmmaking in Detroit, Chicago, Atlanta, whatever the hell people making movies at around this country independently, that our own movies is only good for the year that we make it, the premieres that we do it for, and the moment that we get it on to Tubi, Peacock, and Prime. That's it. That's the value of the movie. No, your movie has to be valuable 5, 10, 20 years from now. Why? Because that's the true value. Most movies don't get the true value of a movie until like the first 3, 5 years. The industry, yes, they bank off of the box office, so that's why they spend the top dollar. That's why they make sure all the bells and whistles are there, because they're trying to immediately get the value of the movie plus 2 times the amount of it the first 6 weeks, 2 months of existence. If you ain't got no purse, if you don't got no investors, if you don't really have no backing like that, then you have to ensure that you can make sure that your content, the stuff that you do, make its value in 3 to 5 years. And that's your business model. So in order for me to kind of be able to understand that that's the truth. That's where the stuff going. That's where the logical thought process is. I got to somehow see this through under all scrutiny, on all failure stuff, all under the catastrophic stuff that happens around me. I got to be pushed through that and achieve over it. So when I come into 2026, now I'm in the mindset of, okay, now we rise above this. We get our payback. We get our value. And when I say our, I'm talking about me and my household. Me and what I'm trying to do going forward. I could never, ever, ever, ever do what I did for the last 6 to 8 years ever again in my life. So that means I got to have the right people around me. This last 32 minutes of me bloviating, it means you got to have the right people around you. Why? Because the social influencers are so crazy. And how I said it in the previous episodes, they turned their guns on us. They turned their guns on us. They turned their guns on the people that are making them millionaires, that are making them successful. Now, Anton Daniels, I want Anton Daniels because I see how he planned and he's keeping faithful to YouTube and that platform and all that's the structure and everything. If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna become the media industry, and pretty much that's what he is. He's a like, who's bigger than Google in making content? You know what I mean? Not Warner Brothers, not Paramount, not Disney. They have technically the catalog of films and all that other stuff, Netflix and all them, but content making, viewers, nobody's bigger than Google. So if nobody's bigger than Google, then Anton Daniels, he's betting his horse on the best, lucrative, most potential outcome for his platform and what he's trying to accomplish. He's putting his nickel behind YouTube. He's not going to upset them. He's not going to burn no bridges with them. He's going to comply to even the censorship of freedom of speech, because his vision is where he's got for the next 5 to 10 years. I'm saying I'm supportive of that vision. Why? Because I am a fond believer that we have to destroy the mainstream media. We have everything we do as podcasters, independent content providers. We have to destroy the mainstream media. Who's the mainstream media? The big boy studios, the cable outlets, all that crazy stuff that has done propaganda in the highest form. It was always major propaganda. I don't understand why we upset with like how aggressive our government is attacking Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico, because all the drugs and the death and the destruction to the inner city and the black community that heroin and dope has done to our people is ridiculous. I don't understand why making sure that it doesn't even be an option. Why we in opposition to that? I don't even understand it. I don't get it. I think it's mental. I think it's low IQ, but I'll get to that on the next episodes that I'm doing down the road. But my point of it is I gotta support Anton to make sure, because so far he's the only person I feel that, you know, I want to have 15 to 16 hours a day, maybe 6 to 8 content creators under his platform that is making 15 to 16 hours a day content every single day for 5 to 6 weeks. If he does that, all the advertisers, all the platforms, all the viewerships that we would need them to have, because I only need them to have maybe the equivalent of 4 million people that constantly watch each of those hours. 4 million people. If he does that, he's beating some of the top 10 cable providers. So if he's able to do that, then it'll wean people off of some of the mainstream. Because if he does it, other people are gonna do it. So that'll give the breadth of, you don't need to watch cable news. You don't need to watch the mainstream media platforms. You can go to the streamers and they can occupy your time with legitimate content for 15 hours a day. If he does that, that'll go towards what my goal is. If he's not going to do it, I'm going to do it. Okay. And I'm working hard to do that. And that's why I need you guys to subscribe, like, and follow and support any way you can, and super chats and hitting the links or finding our Cash App and our PayPal and all that stuff like that, and support and support and support. That's what I'm doing. That's the purpose that I'm doing here. So when I see two content creators like Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor going at each other because everybody want their credentials and everybody want to be respected for their legacy and their platform stuff, I'm saying, do y'all even understand what the fight is? So when I hear that Anton is like, hey, I don't care about freedom of speech. I care about the bag. I care about taking care of the people I know and who I'm taking care of. And if you're part of the bag chaser, you're only people that I have loyalty to, and you understand what I'm doing, and you understand that I don't care about no rights and circumstances of human dignity and the First Amendment and all that other stuff. I can have that rhetoric, but I really don't, like, wholeheartedly, business-wise, format myself for that. Look, I told you, I am a supporter of where Anton Daniels is going because it's a bigger fight. You get what I'm saying? And then you got Tommy Sotomayor. He's relentless for his freedom of speech, his ability for his rights and his American freedoms, and his freedom as an American citizen to conduct himself how he feels like he needs to conduct himself, and it's not really falling under some terrible illegal communication. So for him, he feels violated how the social media platforms have really tried to exile him from communicating his freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not for what we want to hear, y'all, or what we agree for. It's for the Ku Klux Klan. It's for like people that have like views that may be what we may call anti-Semitic or whatever. They all have the freedom to communicate any way they want under the vast communication open forum that we are in American. But for some reason, for our own financial gratification and our own stature gratification, we decided that we won't be in support of people's freedom. We have lawyers all over this country that ideologically they don't like someone, ideologically they don't like a point of view, and they will actually put their legal process to creating a illegitimate communication stature or forum or standard. You have judges. You have to fight this all the way up to the Supreme Court. And then when you get to the Supreme Court, you have liberal judges, and judges, if it messes up the cases or way they want to rule in other cases, they might actually take your freedom of speech away. We have black congressmen, black judges, black senators, black congressmen deciding that they're going to allow a law, a statute, to be put into the American correspondent that allows for an FBI agent to walk up to you, question you, come into your actual your actual house, your actual Fourth Amendment right, come into your being, your actual environment that's yours, and ask you a question. And if you decide to withhold information or lie, because you're communicating false information to a FBI agent, you can serve 5 years for not incriminating yourself. So you have all these senators, all these congressmen for the last 30 to 40, 50 years put in a law to make you have to go against your Fourth and Fifth Amendment right. And we think this is okay. So now we spent the last 10 to 20 years deciding to allow like Anton Daniels and a lot of these social influencers. Tommy Sotomayor, he's against this. He's a contradiction on freedom of speech also. A lot of people do it because they're not really keeping in context of the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment right. So they allow compromising of those rights. That means in order to allow compromising rights, you have to dilute the ability of the Second Amendment. I say this because as I watch these guys bicker, and we're going to go into the last of this, and I'm about to stop. I know I've been 42 minutes. I know this whole podcast is about something else. I know you're saying. But no, it's all this in totality to say, in a few episodes ago, I have episodes I call them Don't Be Influenced, Influence World, You versus Them. It all comes down to this. If you put your support behind people, you need to know why you're putting your support behind people, and understanding the monsters we are creating too, and how much we have to hold them accountable to, or at least have a specific purpose for why we're supporting them. Not that you're just the happy wanderer doing whatever you're doing. Okay? So the reason why I talk about this and why it's so important is because in the context of this, let me put this on screen so we can kind of get to it. Okay. In the process of the Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor conflict, you have that Anton Daniels, and I already went over this before, but I'm going to do this as for a quick recap and finalization of this episode, because I got about 2 more hours and I need to be on to something else different, okay? And I'm not going to take up two hours. I don't think I have to, but I'm going to try to knock this out as quick as I possibly can. Okay, first you have Anton Daniels doing an interview with Brian McKnight. In that interview with Brian McKnight kind of mentions a commentary intellectual named Mark Lamont Hill. He's right now licensed and hired by Joe Budden to do commentary, bring a little intellectual verbose to the platform and everything. Anton Daniels and Brian McKnight having a conversation. Brian McKnight pretty much has a chip on his shoulder about Mark Lamont Hill because Mark Lamont Hill criticized him and judged him and said some ridiculous, disrespectful things about Brian McKnight. So Brian McKnight mentions him about his intellectual and how much he would, like, he thinks he's so smart, but he would intellectually like mop him up, destroy him, and you know, he could intellectually go toe to toe with him and everything. Anton threw in a comment about the intellectuals and how much they think they're smart, but they're not really smart. And we go on results, which I agree all with that. Everything he said is about results. It's not about the perception of intelligence. It's about what outcomes do your intelligence actually give you? You know what I mean? So Anton kind of communicates about that. Joe Budden and them, obviously, because Anton Daniels is a big platform and a big personality, they hear about this and they respond back. They respond back to what was communicated on the platform. You know what I mean? So they start talking about it and everything like that, what was said on the interview and everything, and they give their commentary and they go off on them, and Mark Lamont Hills decides to act like he don't even know who Anton Daniels is, but Anton Daniels actually shows some receipts that previous year Mark Lamont Hill tried to get him on a platform, you know what I mean, and to interview him and everything like that, and Anton refused and everything like that, and so he pretty much, Anton goes off on him and show receipts and communicates, and a lot of this stuff you can see on the first 2 to 3 episodes, that actually 4 episodes of this series that I'm doing here. I kind of play all these clips for you guys and everything like that. Then in the midst of him kind of criticizing them and responding to their response to his interview with Brian McKnight, Tommy Sotomayor, he jumps in and he decides to give his opinion about the things that Anton Daniels was saying about Mark Lamont Hill and everything, and Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor said, "Hey, Anton, I've been trying to have a debate with you, and you saying that you would debate anybody and you would call anybody up and you would crush anybody, you would destroy everybody, and you would take on anybody in the debate." He said, "Well, take me on. I've been trying to talk to you for 2 years, and you actually blocked me from your chat and everything like that." That's what Tommy Sotomayor is saying. So Tommy Sotomayor, he injects himself in that. Okay, so Anton ignores him like he always do. He don't really communicate about Tommy that much and everything, and he kind of say it, and you hear in the window comments that he may have on his platform that he don't even want to give Tommy the time of day or anything like that. So Anton Daniels goes on a gentleman named Fatty show, the Smoke Show or whatever it is. Fatty pretty much interjects, and I just don't think that this came out of nowhere. I think Anton wanted to address Tommy, and he didn't mind if Fatty brought it up. So Fatty brings it up. They have their little conversation about it. Fatty doesn't like Tommy Sotomayor, and Anton's like, "Oh, I don't know this guy. I don't even watch this guy. I don't even know why this guy is hating on me and everything. Like, who is this guy?" And you know what I mean? So in the midst, they have that conversation, and then Tommy does a actual podcast about it. Okay, and Anton does a reaction video to Tommy's reaction of him. Let me, and it is my fault for not pulling that up, because I need to pull that up. I need to pull up Tommy's actual, it only makes sense to do that. I need to pull up Tommy's show reacting to here it goes right here. Let me pull this up. Okay. So Tommy, okay, so technically it would be, okay, it would be this way. Okay, I'm sorry. So let me go back to that. So like I said, Anton goes on to Fatty's show. Fatty kind of interjects the conversation about Tommy Sotomayor into the conversation that they're having. Anton acts like, I don't know why this guy don't like me. I don't know who he is. I don't understand why he hating on me and stuff like that. Tommy reacts to that show, okay, and he says his opinions, and he's replaced the whole thing and says his opinion and everything about what the conversation they having about him. And then Anton does a reaction to that. Okay. So he does a reaction to the actual show that Tommy did, a reaction of him and Fatty. Okay, and in the midst of him doing the reaction of that show, Anton tell him, "Who the hell is you? I ain't biting off of you." Because Tommy's talking about he's taking stuff from him. He's sounding like him and all that other stuff. And I'm gonna show you guys glimpses of this in a second. But so Anton reacts to him and he kind of puts him in his place. Hey, I'm fresher than you. I'm successful. People call me, I'm powerful, and he is, and all valid points that Anton had. And then Tommy has a reaction to that video, and that brings us to our final video. Okay, but in order to get to our final video, I need to kind of scrub through this so you can kind of hear some of the context of what they're saying, and then we'll go into it. If you watch the previous episodes, you kind of pretty much know everything that we're talking about today. So I just wanted to kind of get that to you. And I know we're about to go real aggressive for about an hour or so, maybe 2 hours. I'm hoping that I can get this done by 11 o'clock. So let's go to Anton Daniels and Brian McKnight, and we kind of get the gist of most of what's going on in this conversation. So this is the original clip of Anton Daniels interviewing Brian McKnight.
What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. As usual, I got a special guest, but let me introduce this person a little bit differently because going forward, I made up in my mind, I only want to talk to people that I feel like I can get true value from. People that could give me some insight, give you guys some insight based off of their history, their current situation, and where they see themselves in the future. And I want to introduce, I don't know if I should introduce you as the Brian McKnight that I know or the Brian McKnight that you've changed the name into.
Well, the first and last name is still the same.
Okay.
My middle names have changed.
Okay.
So I'm still Brian McKnight. It's funny when people they say, how do you want to be introduced? You're a singer, you're a songwriter, you're this and that. It's like, I'm a recording artist. I'm mostly just a songwriter and a producer and a singer. But I'm just me. I'm just a regular dude, man.
Okay. So just kind of get you and Anton, I want to say it again. I'm a filmmaker, man. I remember when I was going through some major hard times. This is how crazy it is, and I'm not biased, really. If you listen to the episodes, I'm not biased. I was going through a hard time, man, really, really with the film, and this is literally in the past 6 years and stuff, 6 to 8 years. And I had contact. I wrote Anton for a little assistance and stuff. And though he didn't reciprocate, which I'm almost kind of, glad he didn't because how I got to come at this situation, you know what I mean? But that's how powerful the Anton Daniels, his mindset, the bag chaser and stuff. I kind of, I really, and plus we're both Detroiters, you know what I mean? We're in Detroit and we're kind of pretty much here. So in that assistance, going through the correspondence, even kind of going through the email, how he responded, some of the things that I pitched to him and everything like that. I was kind of seeing, okay, I have to really go to why he's reacting like that. Don't judge how he's what his final conclusion is and what his judgment of to not exist or whatever, however he's seen it. I gotta go to why is he's not jumping on something that I feel that's very substantial and it's a win-win. You know what I mean? And then I have to look at the culture, the population, what's the interaction that he's having with other people and everything like that. And the way he's interacting with me is in context with that. So it let me know, okay, I always say when I do business with people, when I interact with people, when I try to get a funder or investor and I see how they respond to something, I want to know why they made that conclusion, why they made it. Why? Because it makes sure that my business and the way that I structure myself is in opposition and a counteracting of that. So now I improve on what was the issue. You know what I mean? So that's how I looked at it. So even his situation, I kind of grew from it. I kind of almost said, hey, Daris, you make this as a negative or you make this a positive for yourself and how you move and what you do next. And for me, I'm always a person that say, you got to know what to do next. No matter what happens in life, you got to know what to do next. So that's how I responded. And the reason why I bring that up is because I look at this camera and how it looks, how it shows the fabric, and that it's not oversaturated, because I hate movies and stuff that's oversaturated. It doesn't look cinematic. And how they balanced this all and how they did this, I say, yeah, this is a good crew he got here. And this is a good like production that he did here. And that's my standard. So I kind of support what he's doing. And that's why I said I need what he did with this interview, 15 to 16 hours a day, 6 to 8 content creators under the platform, and then let's go. Okay? But I'm going to get back to this. We're not going to watch this whole thing. You could go to Anton Daniels, AntonDaniels.com, and you can watch it and everything like that. I'm going to go straight to the Mark Lamont Hill comment. That way, because that's what this discussion about. I'm going to play this, just a little bit portion of it, and then we're going to move forward. Okay? So I think it would be here. So let's play this.
Message to Joe Budden's podcast, Crickets.
I say, hey, how's it going, man?
Right.
You doing? You go?
Yeah,
you know, you need anything?
I appreciate that.
And then you call me and say, hey, is everything good? You need anything from me? And that's the dynamic of our relationship.
I get mad when I see dudes out there talking bad about you.
But
I'm like, here's the thing. Why can't we sit and talk about it?
Yeah, I agree.
I send a message to Joe Budden's podcast, Crickets. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But who's that Mark, the guy, the political
Mark
guy?
Lamont Hill.
Let me tell you something. I'd destroy that dude.
Yeah.
I would destroy him. Not physically, but
no,
in
I
a
understand
debate.
what you're saying.
Because you don't even know me, but you call me an asshole?
Yeah. Well, I look at Mark Lamont Hill. There's this segment of people that are what I like to call, they like to champion themselves as intellectuals, right? And that they truly believe that they're smarter than everybody else. But I don't really believe that because I never see the results.
Right.
It never translates, right? So
I see people hand him I see people handing him his ass all the time.
Yeah, it's easy to, it's easy to say that, I'm the smartest guy in the room, but it doesn't necessarily translate into results, right? So I decided that I would do stuff on my own, and that I would have the conversations authentically with people that I actually value. And getting to know you over the years, I'm happy that you had an opportunity to tell your perspective and your story on my platform. Let me ask you.
Okay, so that's pretty much the context of what Joe Budden and them was reacting to. So I'm just going to kind of come over and kind of like just play a little bit of it. And I like I told you, this link that I'm using right here is from a channel called Masculine Lifestyle Guide. Now there's a gentleman that's here, and I don't know who his name is. He got a hat that says Skinny or something. The Skimmy, I don't see what it is, but I see that his handles are Never Gave Up. Never Gave Up, and that's NEVERRGAVE up. So Never Give Up. So I'm using his clip of the Joe Budden show. So let me kind of fast forward a little bit. Give me a second.
Name and then legally change.
Show him some love. Here we go.
When you have a child named Brian McKnight Jr. and then you
better subscribe. Let's.
And she went on Anton. Yes.
Like the video, you better subscribe. And
Okay, now the gentleman that's speaking is the guy that's pretty much responsible for this video and stuff. So I just want to let him say his stuff and maybe he give out a couple handles or stuff before we go into the his commentary. I mean, before we go into Joe Budden and them comments, I'm just gonna let it play. That way, we get some information on him. Okay, so give me a second. I'm gonna let it play, and then I'm gonna let it play into Joe Budden's and Mark Lamont Hill's communication about the interview that Anton Daniels and Brian McKnight gave, and then we'll move forward.
Select will co-host Ill himself. Let's see how the JBP responded to this. You better like the video. You better subscribe. Let's get it.
Our good brother Brian McKnight went on Anton Daniels' podcast and shared some things. I have a clip here. He shared that he reached out to the Joe Budden podcast so he can attempt to be a guest.
Who caught that message?
I want to let Mr. McKnight know I have never received that message. You must have sent that to like the pod page, or something.
With AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
Dirty dog.
this used to require huge.
Sorry about the commercials.
Hey, we would have handled that in a heartbeat. You know, I got you singing at my wedding. Maybe you don't know.
Not no more. Not no more.
Why not no more?
Wait till we done.
Oh shit.
Oh, come on.
Burn that bridge.
Anyway, I have this.
Better get it back up.
I have this clip here. Like to hear it. Hear it go.
Because here's the thing. Why can't we sit and talk about it?
Yeah, I agree.
I send a message to Joe Budden's podcast. Crickets. Nothing. But who's that Mark, the guy, the political
Mark
guy?
Lamont Hill.
Let me tell you something.
What's this guy's name again?
I'd destroy that dude. I would destroy him. Not physically, but
No, I understand what you're saying.
because you don't even know me. But you call me an asshole?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I look at Mark Lamont Hill.
Get him, Anton.
There's a segment of people
Yes,
that are what I like to call, they like to champion themselves as intellectuals, right? And that they truly believe that they're smarter than everybody else.
Tell him.
But I don't really believe that because I never see the results.
Right.
It never translates.
Oh, so I see people handing him his ass all the time.
Yeah, it's easy
Whoa, let me rewind that. Let me rewind that.
Smartest guy in the room, but it doesn't necessarily.
Hold up. You heard what Brian said.
It never translates, right? So
I see people handing him his ass all the time.
yeah, it's easy to. I mean, it's easy to say that I'm the smartest guy in the room, but it doesn't necessarily translate into results, right? So I decided that I would do stuff on my own.
We don't need to rest.
Nah.
We don't need to rest.
We kind of got it.
I went and watched the whole episode to make sure it wasn't anymore. It was
So
just
did I.
this.
I know you did. I
you
know
know
you
I did.
too.
It's part of the job.
Yo,
Yeah.
where does it translate? How do you measure
Whoa.
that?
And they were talking about two different things. That's the funny part. They were just
Like, how do you measure that? Mark could be resonating with a whole bunch of different people and improving people's lives every single day. You can't measure that.
Ish. Fight your fights.
No, I fuck with the team, bro.
He went out there in the street.
I fuck with the team, bro.
Mark went out there in the street. Homeboy is here. He came to the block. Let them at least get their one off for a couple. And if Mark
Yo,
started
you
getting
can't be a
fucked up,
stranger and come on my block and get a film.
You can't do that.
What I tell you?
You got it, though.
That's not how that works.
Dark Lamont Hill. Do you know where this stems from? Do you know what you've said to make Brian McKnight feel this way? What do you have to say about it? I'll totally move out the way now.
all right. Let me say a couple of things. Let me think, because I didn't know we were going to talk about this.
We ain't gonna talk about the nigga. Shoot at the nigga. Shoot that nigga. Fuck it.
First, it's based on the comments we had up here, the conversation we had up here. So I don't remember us saying nothing that crazy about him. I
No,
don't
we
remember.
did. Oh, we did.
we've said
No,
some
we
things.
did.
I don't think it was crazy.
I haven't, but
No, I don't think there's anything crazy about him. I don't remember calling him an asshole, but he is an asshole. Let me be clear. Brian McKnight, is this my camera? Brian McKnight, you are an asshole. And that's okay. It's not a beef. We ain't got no issues, you're just an asshole. I'm basing that on having interviewed Brian McKnight lots of times. Since you bring it, I wasn't gonna mention this, but I've interviewed you lots of times. You were rude and nasty to everybody on my crew. Everybody on my team, you were nice to me. But the measure of being an asshole isn't how you treat the host, it's how you treat everybody around him. And you've been a dickhead to them. No disrespect to you, except you're an asshole. I was in the airport in Eastern Europe. I was headed somewhere, you were headed somewhere different. I watched a woman come up to you and ask you for an autograph, and you completely ignored and disrespected her and walked off. You're an asshole. But that's not why we're talking about this. So you say, I don't know you, right? I don't know you. But I don't have to know you to know you're an asshole. I don't get into your family business. Your family business has nothing to do with me, except when you make it public. And when you put your family in public on blast, that might make you an asshole. That's all I'm saying. When you have children and you say my children are the product of evil, that might make you an asshole. When somebody says, yo, but the Bible says you should love your children, you say my older children were the product of sin. That might make you an asshole. Yeah. That's just a fact. When you have a child named Brian McKnight Jr., and then you fall out with them, have a new baby, name him Brian McKnight with a different middle name, and then legally change your name to the new kid's name, you tried to start back at one with your kids?
This is an ad letting you know that Framer, the no-code website builder, is also now a completely free design tool.
That might make you an asshole. So please, don't act like you better than us. You're not. You're worse than us. If you want to come up here and debate, I'm sure they would let you debate. But you didn't contact nobody. You're lying, just like your children say you lie. And for the record, I have spoken to your children off the record, and they've told me a laundry list of shit about you that's way worse than anything that's ever happened in the public. I'm not going to...
Okay, I played this whole clip and everything on the other episode, and he said enough there. And if you didn't know why Brian McKnight picked out Mark Lamont Hill and said that he would trash him, obviously it's because he communicated somewhat in a passive aggressive way this same message that he got about how he's interacting with his kids or his ex-wife and all the other stuff. And this is why Brian McKnight responded how he is. So it didn't come out of nowhere why Brian McKnight said that. But I mean, I'm gonna rush to the context that he said about Anton. Hold 1 second.
Say that on air, we could keep that between. I won't say was there, saw it, was like, wow, I never do that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
This nigga in a group chat with your kids.
Antoine Donaldson.
The interview?
Antoine
did that one. All right.
You don't got no smoke for the interview?
Antoine Donaldson, Antoine Jameson, whatever his name is. No, I don't know him.
Anton.
He's saying that.
And see, that's his intellectual stuff. And this is like, look, man. I have a lot of very highly educated friends, and they got statures behind them, degrees, all that good stuff. And they're good people, man. They're good people. They sometimes, I think they're a little bit too much in favor of keeping themselves to the people. You know what I mean? They want to make sure that they have a relativeness, and they have a very union and always give back and stay loyal to the people. And I understand that. I totally get it. I even understand it more now than I ever did. But they're very well educated, and they really, really good people, and they fighters. They do the stuff. I mean, I have women that are my friends and longtime friends, and they are very educated. They got it, and they go getters, and they're aggressive. You know what I mean? And I know that's against a lot of the stuff that I'm gonna say. I'll be talking about, and I did talk about, but it's true. I have some very really good people, and the best part of them is they don't fall into the stereotype. There's like I know women that are strong, independent, good business savvy people, but they also are very loyal, very honorable, and a lot of integrity, and they fight for black men. They fight for them. And I know they're the high anomaly. I know. And then I have just really, really great black men that are they're just loyal to the people. They're just loyal to the people, but they're very over the average. You know what I mean? They're aggressive, can do, strategic, good businessmen, and all the other stuff like that. But look, the reason why I mention that is because Mark Lamont Hill, he wants to act like he don't know who Anton Daniels is. Oh, I don't know. And who's it? Antoine? You know who his name is. So it's like to know that he did that on purpose, which Anton showed the receipts. He did that on purpose. That lets you know how snaky the mainstream media, the commentaries, not like, look, I put the podcasters in there too. The podcasters were supposed to be in opposition of the mainstream media. That's the whole purpose. That's why the people are giving them strength, because the people are looking for alternative communication than the mainstream media. And all the podcasters did was turn themselves into some kind of street level mainstream media, slaves of this media system. Like, how? That's why I don't understand this stuff. The record labels are really dying on the vine, and you still got people like Taylor Swift, Eminem, I can name a bunch of them. They still give themselves to the industry. You know what I mean? Give themselves to the industry. Even like Jay-Z and all them, he's still up like presenting a industry label that it's too many rappers, it's too many artists to show you don't need to belong to no record label. You can have every album sold, everything that you do under your own umbrella. Do you got a patience and strategic movement to make sure that you don't whore yourself out to a industry record label? And for some reason, the people that the artists and the celebrities and the influencers and the podcasters and the artists and the movie stars that the people give strength to for independence goes back and partner with the industry, because money and status and structure is the number one goal, and people don't care about the people. The people are dumb. They're slaves. They're still going to like us. They're still going to follow us. They're still going to watch us. They're still going to actually whore themselves out to us being better than them, us looking better than them, us living better than them, us talking better than them, doing better than them, enjoying our lives better than them. And they're going to just drool on their TVs, on their iPads, on their iPhones. They're going to drool wishing they was us, and we could monetize off of their yearning to be like us. That's what the stars, that's what the social influencers, that's what the artists, that's what they think of the people. Don't pay attention to what they say. Pay attention to what they do. So that's why look. That's why when he does that, and when I see this bickering between all these people, Brian McKnight, Anton Daniels, Mark Lamont Hill, Joe Budden, Tommy Sotomayor, Candace Owens, PBD, Megyn Kelly, Fox News, CNN. When I look at all these people, the movie stars and everything like that, these people make hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars a month. You're a joke to them. That's what individual perspective is. No matter how big we go, we are going against this craziness. And we're just here to make sure that we put it on the record what was really said. That's what no matter what I talk about, no matter who I talk to, no matter who I interview, no matter what's going on this platform, I'm always, my motto is to make sure somewhere it's put in context what was really communicated. What just happened here? What's the real situation? And the only way I can be loyal to that is I have to have an individual perspective. What is individual perspective? An individual perspective is I vet myself, I vet my mama, my daddy, my siblings, my community, my culture, the world. I vet everybody. No one has validation until it's vetted. You use the sporadic method. Something is communicated to you, you go down the rabbit hole of giving it validity because you scrutinize it constantly, aggressively. That's how you get an individual perspective. Once you do that, it's automatic. It's automatic. The worst thing about you will be that you're objective. And I'm brutally objective. And that gives me an ability to watch this stuff and analyze this stuff and give a true factual basis to what's been said. So, but while he's saying that, I just want to kind of leave off on that. I'll let him say a little bit more, then we're going to jump to Anton.
I think I'm smarter than everybody. I'm smarter than him. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't think I'm smarter than everybody. I'm smarter than him.
He's talking about being smarter than Anton. Look, I played these clips on the previous episode and everything like that. So let me let Anton talk for a little bit. I already played this clip too, and you guys can go to the actual real episode on the Millionaire Morning Show, or you can go to the actual, I'm sorry for saying but I'm gathering my thoughts as I'm moving around and hitting buttons and stuff like that. You can go to the previous episodes from Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor meets the unavoidability series here, okay? I'll say that again. You can go and watch the previous episodes where I actually talk about this, and it's going to be under title Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor meets unavoidability. Why I call it the unavoidability is because they try to avoid each other. Unavoidability. So Anton Daniels and Tommy Sotomayor meets unavoidability. The reason why I call it unavoidability is because they try to avoid each other, talking about each other, saying anything about each other. I think Tommy pretty much named him a couple times, but Anton tried to avoid it and not really say his name on the platform, not give him the breath, not give him the value. But he had to actually go on the record and say something about Tommy to respond back to Tommy's responding of him. So that's what this is. So if you want to watch some of these clips that I'm just jumping ahead by, I play them out through this series. So all this is in context. I'm just trying to do a good recap and go forward. Okay, so let's go.
Had some smoke. We had a little bit of smoke.
Can y'all hear that? I want to make sure that the audio is clear and that y'all can hear that.
We can hear it, Anton. Let's go.
Okay, cool. Let's play it. I'm going to play the audio. You can't play the video. You know, the Joe Budden podcast don't want you to play the video. So I'm going to play the audio.
Somebody was looking for our good educated brother. He said he going to find him, too. Yeah? Hey. If you missed it, Brian
was this kid singing this to him?
Yo.
Do I ever cross your mind?
All right, you still at it. All right.
You don't start those shit down.
He said he looking for you.
He's the worst DB out.
Our good brother Brian McKnight went on Anton Daniels' podcast.
And we really can go to where Anton start talking about him and everything like that. We don't really have to keep listening to that because we already listened to it.
This is what Brian has sent. Is this Joe Budden's pod page? Is this the page that they don't pay attention to? Brian sent this message to Joe, and it says, Joe, I really respect you on what you've built here. I just wonder, though, as brothers, why would you talk about me and speculate about my life when you can just reach out and have me on so we could debate? Now, remember, this was October 28th at 6:19 a.m. Could debate what is actually going on and then have a debate about what many men out here deal with every day, a dialogue that might actually help. Brian, respectfully, even though they've had all of this negativity, all of this stuff to say, right? Because they had all of this negativity and all of this stuff to say, Brian respectfully reached out to their pod. And again,
Okay, because he's getting the receipts, Anton, you happy that him and Brian and I's corresponding so much they get receipts. And then he's gonna talk about his receipt stuff. Look, you can watch the previous episodes to get this. I'm not gonna sit here and watch this. I'm gonna go to where he's kind of communicating about the guy not acting like he don't know who he is.
They'll start to joke. Yeah, man, I heard you singing at my wedding. They do the joke thing, right? Ha ha ha, jokey.
I know you did. I know you did too.
It's part of the job.
Yo, where does it translate? How do you measure? Whoa, that
conversation. So we're gonna come back to that in a minute.
I've said some shit, but
he's saying that I think I'm smarter than everybody.
Oh, this is the other part that I wanted to get to. All right.
Yo, got those for the interview?
Antoine Donaldson, Antoine Jameson, whatever his name is. No, I don't know him.
Anton.
He's saying that I think I'm smarter than everybody. I'm smarter than him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm smarter than everybody. I'm smarter than him. But I literally don't know. I don't have a beef. I don't know who he is. I don't even know his name. Literally.
What?
Okay.
That's crazy.
And like I said, I played this
off.
off.
What's his name? Who is he? 2024. First of all, who is Jess Mabley? Who is Jess Mabley? Does anybody know?
And we go over this too. I go over all this.
Anyways, I'm gonna let y'all read it. Good morning. They sent it twice because I didn't respond to it the first time, so they sent it twice. I'm not gonna show you the number. That's not necessary. Good morning, Mr. Daniels. My name is Jess. I'm a producer for Mark Lamont Hill. Mark would like to invite you to join him for an interview on his YouTube program, Night School. Now remember, this was October 15th, 2024. I'm hotter than fish grease. I'm on every fucking platform. I'm doing 100 million views on YouTube alone every 28 days. And Mark Lamont and his team reaches out to me. I didn't respond the first time. They doubled down. All right. I'm listen, this is
And look, and like I said, that you can kind of hear the rest of this the rest of this on the previous actual episodes. I played the whole thing clip out. We technically don't need to do it. So after that actual episode, Tommy Sotomayor jumps in and he kind of takes the clips and cut it to what he wanted to cut it, and he comes out with this actual clip that he posted on Instagram.
I think it was autistic at first.
I'm gonna refresh this because I need to play it from the beginning.
Stay out of this shit. This ain't for you, bro. I'm gonna just let you know right now. I don't know if y'all familiar with my work, bro, but out of this shit. This ain't for
I'm
you,
trying
bro.
I'm trying to make sure that the audio stays on because he's talking to Ish, but it keeps doing this stupid sign in. I'm not signing in. I don't need to sign in.
Out of this shit. This ain't for you, bro.
No, he's talking to Ish.
You know right now. I don't know if y'all familiar with my work, bro, but you better get acquainted. You better get acquainted. I will nuke everybody. I shouldn't even be talking to these niggas. I need to be talking to their boss. They're in negotiations to try to get contracts up, trying to count money.
And remember, Tommy Sotomayor, he cuts this up for his presentation.
If fuck with you so hard, then how come you ain't got no motion on your own? That's all I'm saying. I could teach you something. Let me coach you, nigga. Because, I kind of look at him as autistic. The nigga blink a lot when he talk. Honestly, and this is the honest to God truth, I'm not dissing. You know how these super pseudo-intellectual people, they have quirks about them and they do stuff. They got tics and stuff like that. I thought that the nigga was autistic at first. But see, the problem with niggas that be autistic, and there's nothing wrong with somebody on the spectrum. Because see, y'all look at these niggas as savants. Y'all look at them as super intellectual. These niggas fear you. They fear me. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. You know what makes me the boogeyman? Because I don't need no sponsors. I don't need nobody to tell me what to do. I own 100% of everything and I don't have no strings on me. So I say what the fuck I want to say when I want to say it. And we can have a conversation and all of that stuff maybe one day, but you got to ask your boss if you can talk to me first, bro. I don't know if that's in your contract. Seriously, like, talk to Joe, my nigga. Talk to Joe before you talk. Talk to Al Jazeera. Make sure that you don't say anything incendiary because you know what happened on CNN. When you start talking too much about Israel, they fired your ass, nigga. Now we can get into the whole intellectual conversation, and I think that you're gonna get embarrassed in that. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Honestly, I think that would be a bad look for you. And I'm advising you before you talk to your managers. And the reason that I think that that's going to be a bad look for you is because I don't have nothing to lose. I'm a lifetime C student. Everybody know I'm a lifetime C student. I'm community college. You finished your doctorate. All these niggas like Mark Lamont Hill sound smart to niggas that got student loans. Honest to God. These niggas is smart to niggas that got African American studies degrees. These niggas is smart to people that's broke.
How about we add a round 3? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Tommy Sotomayor. And that guy, well, that guy's Anton Daniels. When I first saw him, I didn't know if it was just Rick Ross and he had maybe got on a little bit of Ozempic. I'm not sure. But he talked like he Rick Ross, the boss. He act like he Rick Ross, the boss. But you know who he really act like? Yours truly. Man, it's hard to sit here and watch Negroes trying to act like me. Go ahead and drop that motherfucking beat. He done sit there and drop the beat on his video like I do. Try to have talking points like I do. I done sit up and watch this man steal more shit from me than a hair-hatted hooligan running up out of a hair store trying to get bags and bags and bags of that brand new yak. Now, he want to talk about how this man might sound. I'm not a fan of Mark Lamont Hill. Not many people are, apparently. But that being said, it's a shame to watch somebody say he sounds smart to people with student loans. He sounds smart to people who, I guess, got African American studies. Nothing wrong with you trying to diss student loans, but then the people who went to college, like myself, some of the ways you could get through college was with a student loan. pay them off. That's what you got to do. That's what I did. But I would test my degree against yours. I don't know why you or anybody else would try to downplay the fact that a person was able to go do this and pay it off. You know, it's like paying off a house, paying off a car, paying off any loan. You felt like that degree would make you better. And if you look over my career and you look over my resume, it did. It helped me. Knowing these people helped me. Interacting with these people in this social setting helped me. Now, college today, not really, even though I'm paying for colleges. Ugh. And no, they don't have to get student loans because they dead out here working hard. But that being said, sir, you said that people are scared to go up against you. I've been reaching out to this man for 2 years now. He know who I am. He done stole and ate from me for years and years and years. He know exactly who I am. Do he pick up? No. I even went to one of his live shows and asked for the link. You know what they did in the comment section? Block me. You know who blocked me? Him. You ain't never seen this man reach out to me from the time he was this high to the time wherever he is now, or wherever he claimed to be. Millionaire and all this stuff. I own everything. Where you get that from? Where you get that telling these niggas go to your boss? All these lines you done use, you done took them from me, and there's many more I could say. I'm trying to make this short though. You said you'll nuke anybody. We both be on Fox. You act like you don't know who I am. Pretend you don't know how to say my name. Cause you like clout chasing other people. You're clout farming. Well, how about you go one-on-one with me? Let's see if you do that. I bet I shoot down them fake-ass stolen talking points. You've been ethered.
Okay, so now that you've seen that, that's pretty much him and Fatty's reason why they have this conversation, I think. But let's just say, at the least, Fatty is going to interject the conversation of Tommy into this conversation. We're not going to watch this. It's not necessary for us to watch this, and I can't sit through no Fatty's accent. It's just terrible. I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it to myself. Okay. And Tommy Sotomayor, he kind of responded to them having this conversation and talking to them about
this is my face at 76.
Oh, Jesus. Boy, these stupid commercials. And they won't let you mute it.
No makeup, no filter, just one ginger
Jesus.
trick every single day.
This is the ginger trick that made me.
Yeah, see, that's the Rumble. They gotta. You gotta not
the eggshell ritual for dogs. It's been
restrict people to be able to mute this stuff.
You say it's too low. That's what I wanted to make sure.
They restrict you from muting this stuff.
Learning, I'm trying to understand. Hey, can y'all hear that?
Try to let them talk a little bit. Obviously, I already did this, so we don't really got to go through too much of it.
Let me make this perfectly clear. Fatty, no matter how much you try to diss me, I was your number one guest, and you love asking me to please come back to your show, knowing I had OnlyFans.
And one of the things I wanted to really kind of get clear here is Tommy saying that Anton Daniels kind of took a lot of his talking points and his style and all this stuff like that. What is your proof on that? Like, what situation did you say something that Anton said before Anton said it, that you can actually play a clip that you said it, and then it's pretty much in structure to how you said it, that he used it on his platform and how he said it? Because we don't know what you're talking about. You say he sound like you, he doing stuff like you, but you're not showing an example of that. I'm not saying he is or he isn't. I'm just saying to say something like that that don't got factual data for it is not good. because he may have a certain terminology to something that you have said a while ago as part of the every person lexicon now, and you may have pioneered it. I said this before in the previous episode, but I want to reiterate it right here because I just think people, when you're analyzing stuff and before you say it out your mouth, before you communicate it to your platforms or anything, be absolutely truthful and right about it. So when people come back to it and they revert to if what you said was true at the time that you said it, it will hold up to scrutiny. And he's accusing him of taking stuff from in the red pill and manosphere contextual communication, is that he's saying stuff that he pretty much pioneered. But it's like, okay, can you be specific? Can you be specific? It's stupid to just say that and keep saying it over and over again and had this beef about him and everything. And yeah, he's saying that Anton's doing what Anton said that Mark Lamont Hill was saying. That he was like acting like he don't know who he is and all that other stuff. And Anton was acting like that. Anton knows who Tommy Sotomayor is. He just didn't want to actually communicate about him because he think he's bad for business. And we'll play that on the next clip. So I just want to kind of play a little bit of this, and then I'm gonna go because I already did this. It's all this is in the previous episode. I let Tommy Sotomayor, because he actually didn't skip over anything. And he went straight through the whole interview that they were doing about him, and and I pretty much walked in to kind of evaluated both sides of what they were talking about. Okay, here we go.
That is crazy, but it's what makes you feel good, fat ass.
He's not talking about Anton. He's talking about Fatty.
It makes no sense. I don't think it makes sense.
When he called him a fat ass, he's talking about Fatty, and he's not talking about Anton. He's actually not really saying much about Tommy Anton till a little later, and I think Anton did the same at the end. He let him have it.
I don't know. Why does he have smoke? That's the part that I'm trying to understand. Like, what is it that he don't like? What is the smoking?
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, honest to God, real talk.
You're not on Rumble?
So stupid.
Because I'm not on Rumble?
I hate his accent. I hate Fatty's accent. And I hate his antagonizing persona. It's just his character. And it's just so irritating because men do not talk like this. Not real men. It's just weird. It's underhanded. Oh, I want to get something started. And it's like this. Oh, he hate because you're not on Rumble. Where is the clip that he said that he had an opposition of Anton because he's not on Rumble? Don't just say something like that. You got no factual data. It just, if you're gonna speculate, make sure you speculate that's most likely a true speculation of what's actually got context to why you came to that conclusion. It's stupid. I can't sit through. That's why I didn't want to play this stupid interview, because I don't want to hear like Fatty's voice. It's stupid that I even got to listen to this stuff. And look, I know it sounds crazy. I don't like crazy. I like accents, but they got to be accurate accents too. Neither that, like, if you're going to use English, have some kind of enunciation to your English. Even if it's foreign dialect, even if it's foreign accent, have accurate enunciation. You know what I mean? Because it don't have a verbose English vocabulary, but it's so ridiculous listening to you. It's like, it's not radio friendly. It's not listening friendly to listen to Fatty. I don't know. It makes me a crazy person, make me sound bad, but I just don't like listening to Fatty.
Yes.
What do you mean?
So mind you,
and I don't even know why he's going through that stuff.
Why would Anton go to him and say, what is Tommy's beef with me? And then he says, Tommy's beef with you is because you're not on Rumble. I want y'all to just think of how childish that fat son of a bitch would be to even say that to another man, but another man will go ask you, what is this other guy's beef with me? And then you say it's because you're not on Rumble. Because, again, he thinks poking at me will somehow do what? I don't know. Sir, the fact that I'm on Rumble, I'm still bigger than you, fatty. Fatty, no matter what it is you say, I'm more known than you. So on Rumble and on OnlyFans, I'm still more known than you.
What does that mean? Is money in visibility. You know that Yu-Gi-Oh meme? It shouldn't be me. He had that problem with Kevin Samuels.
It shouldn't be me. It should have been me. That's what he's trying to say. But it's got a shitty accent. It's ridiculous. I can't do it. Play the previous episode. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to Fatty. I'm not.
And now he's having this problem with you.
First minute of it, minute and a half of it, was Anton Daniels talking. Anton Daniels talking.
He's talking about the clip that I showed you guys before.
With Kevin Samuels, but
I just can't do it.
I said he's a user, and when he can't use you, he gets mad. Yep. This foreigner has nothing better to do in his own life, in his own culture, with his own people. He's got nothing to say with any of them. Boy, they'll get Americanized and barely can speak English. Barely can. That obviously let him know, or let the world know, I influenced this man. I go to talk in your comment section. I go to talk. Had any kind of beef with this man, I'm really trying to understand. Wouldn't I have stated it? The only issue I had was that the man will sit there and, as I see him doing things that obviously let him know, or let the world know, I influenced this man. I go to talk in your comment section and you block me and act like I didn't exist. That seemed weird to me. For you to be able to talk, and here's the thing, and I want all y'all to say this, to tell me if I'm lying. How you know Fatty but say you don't know me? That is
Yeah, and Anton goes to say like, "Oh, I know you, but I don't. I know of you, but I don't know you." And it's a semantic, stupid thing. It's just the way that social influencers and this level up culture talk. They just and that's what I say. Like, and I'll go through this again, but I just want to say it while I remember it. Anton, he does the Millionaire Morning Show, and he uses profanity on it. He say the N-word a ton of times on all his stuff, and he's very verbose and very like aggressive in his language and the profanity and his communication. And he thinks he's free because he get to say the N-word all the time, and he goes into these rants and these aggressive, ferocious rants and stuff, and he said that's free. That's what the industry says it's okay for you to do on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter, on Facebook. They say it's okay for you to be like that. It makes them money. That's what they greenlight you for. It's certain stuff you ain't gonna say, and Anton no. It's conversations Anton ain't gonna have because it's gonna mess up his money. It's gonna mess up his platform. He knows he's not gonna say it. But I'm telling you, I've watched Tommy and Anton, and I know all their stuff up to date. I'm telling you, Tommy is not communicating nowhere vulgar or crazier than what Anton is doing. But Anton thinks it's sensible that he gets banned off all the platform because he's willing to have the black conversation that black people don't want you to have, and black people are one of the most aggressive people that goes to YouTube to get people's pages shut down. That's black people, and to show some kind of validity to the black community, Google and YouTube has shown like they will validate that. They will say, okay, they're helping us know when somebody's been racist or saying some underhanded stuff against black women or black people or something like that. And it's like, whoa, it's wow. So people get demonetized. They get their channels shut down, and they not communicating that much different than what Anton is doing. But the thing that Anton does is he kind of almost have this parallel gray area of how he lives. How he's not a black and white person. He's a very gray area person. So that I only mention that because it's a lot of that. Instead of just coming out and say, hey, you bad for business, man, I can't mess around with you. He had to be pulled, and Tommy Sotomayor had to kind of have so many people asking Anton, hey, man, you see what Tommy Sotomayor said about you? You see what Tommy Sotomayor said about you? See what Tommy Sotomayor said about you? They go in his chat. You see what Tommy Sotomayor say about you? And then now he addresses it because he got to come out. But he had to be pulled kicking and screaming to acknowledge Tommy Sotomayor's name. And it's just such a passive-aggressive way. Because he's the most commercialized, like, how would I say, degenerate stuff. Like, Anton make a lot of money off of degeneracy. And he actually upholds himself as not being degenerate and against the degenerate culture. But his whole way of, he's like 1 foot in degeneracy and 1 foot out. And that's okay. I'm saying I need his platform to win because I need him to, I have a war with the mainstream media and I need their platforms to be destroyed. And the only place I see or people that I see that might do that is a person like Anton Daniels. So that's why I'm invested in Anton Daniels, because I do see him as the future. I see him as the communication that maybe we rather see him than all the other platforms, all the mainstream media stuff. You get what I'm saying? So, but I'm still a very objective person to say that he's a gray area person and everything about him is gray area. It's so gray area. He doesn't cheat on his wife, but he actually has a conversation about his attraction to other women. You know what I mean? Which I'm sorry for mentioning that, Anton. I know that's probably hurts me more by that I actually said that out loud, but at the same time, that's a gray area, and that's what I don't understand. I'm gonna put myself on the actual spit, okay, on the actual shooter rage. I think even in my life, for the last 20 years or so, I may have took a very passive and feminist mindset to how you conduct yourself with women. And I feel that I gave validation to giving them more voice, giving them more evaluation to how they want to see themselves at that moment, but it's not really what was good for them in the long term that they might actually resent you for. So I've done things that I don't think women would have wanted me to do for validating their thought process and how they move to where they stand now. So meaning that at like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they would have wished that I was a little bit more masculine and heavy-handed on the things they said, how they move, how they thought. Female family members, friends, relationship, all that stuff. They would have wanted me to have a heavier hand in what was going on. I kind of felt like, hey, I'm gonna let you make the decisions you making. I'll communicate to you. You sure you want to do that? You sure you want to do that? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? You sure you want to think like that? You sure you want to do that? I have done that. But I was more for letting them make the judgment that they made and letting them make the bed. I did my part. I was supportive of your thought process and what judgments you were making and what you thought at the time was the right decision you would do. But more women will want you to be a little bit more strong-arm and discipline them and lead them. You get what I'm saying? So now, as I watch how Anton moves, his platform is gray area. It's so like full of shit. It's got a lot of gray area in it. It is bullshit. A lot of gray area. But how he runs his life, how he runs his family and his personal life, and how what he does with every nickel and what dime in his personal life is black and white. I'm talking is do or don't. It's black and white. It is so disciplined and so brutally logical. But he comes onto the platform and play in the gray area. You get what I'm saying? If you want to see how he think or how he move or he get advice or see how he really truly feels about stuff, you got to become a Patreon member and you got to have like a private communication with him. You got to come to the meetups or some stuff like that, and then you can see how honest and blunt he might be interacting with him or something, or his private stuff like that. But his persona is so full of shit. It's so gray area. He's 1 foot in and 1 foot out, 1 foot into the degeneracy, 1 foot out the degeneracy. It's crazy. It's crazy. This stuff I hate with a passion. I don't like it. I really don't. But Tommy Sotomayor is the same way. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Don't like the degeneracy, but got to do some actual degenerate activity. They both do. I've seen them. I heard it. They talked about it. It's too much data that you could look at. They will communicate to you. They just don't. You're not smart enough to evaluate gray area, black and white. Degenerate, not degenerate. You're not able to evaluate that. I am. It's an objective analysis of it. It's an individual perspective, and my individual perspective is extremely objective and it's accurate. It's very right. So I say that only to say that when I hear these dumb bickering, they kind of give these passive aggressive comments about each other, like, "Oh, you stole that from me." What's the facts you got on that, Tommy? What's the facts? Give me. Don't say it in a generalization. Oh, this man talks like me. He says this like me. What? You may hear stuff that may be in resemblance to what you've been saying for 2 decades, but what's the factual data that he took that from you, or that he heard it from you, or that he gave some recognition from you, and he knows that you said that on his show? Even if it's back in when you was on the show with Lapeef and him, show me factual data that shows that he took a line that you used that day and now it became part of his vernacular. Phrases that you used those time when you was on the Lapeef show, and he's saying it now in the way that he moves, and he know he got it from you. Show me. Show us some proof of that. Stop saying it. It's all rhetoric. It's all false narrative. It's all perspective, perception. I need data to represent your perspective. Factual data, or stop saying he's stealing stuff from you. Because so far you haven't shown any proof of that, Tommy. That's why I'm looking at it. And then for Anton to be kicking and screaming, to have to acknowledge Tommy, only to say, "Hey, you're going to mess up my bag on YouTube. I don't want to deal with you. That's why I don't talk about you. That's why I don't mess around with you. That's why I don't even say your name." That's crazy gray area cowardice shit. But that's his persona on YouTube, because he ain't no... Anton Daniels, I hear what he says. I hear the back end stuff. I'm telling you, if you want to know who Anti is, he does make sure you know who he is. But you got to separate what's the persona on YouTube and what's the persona off of YouTube. People think it's the same. It's not. He is brutal, logical, heavy-handed, very judgmental off screen. When he's in his personal life, it is an iron fist that he rules. He rules his life with an iron fist. He don't play that stuff. He ain't in and out. He ain't wandering about it. It's aggressively black and white. Boom, 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 boom. Nope, nope. Yep. Nope, nope, nope. It's judgment and execution on it. It's very absolute. So that's my problem, that I don't like that powerful people that can make people move different in their life if it's so black and white and they communicate that feeling. When you speak black and white, it is absolute. Nobody speculates. Nobody has a perception of what you said. It's so brutal. It's so that what it was. So when you decide to build a life and a platform and eat off of people in the economics and make people subdue who they are to give validation to you, that they kind of somewhat contradict their own lives because they're not like black and white in their lives. But you got to tell them, hey, y'all, you need to be black and white. You need to be selfish. You need to be absolute to the greatness of you in order to help other people. When you don't speak like that on a day-to-day basis, people think there's some emotions, there's some leeway into how they think, how they move, and what decisions they make. And there's no leeway, y'all. You need to be brutal, black and white. I have to try to communicate to everybody around me and let them know, hey, I'm moving this direction, y'all, because I don't want you to be surprised when I'm like this, or when I'm dogmatic about this, and when I'm absolute about this, because I've been so passive to kind of, have it where we could kind of coexist together. Because everything I'm doing to my death, from now until my death, is straight up black and white. And I need you to understand it. I have to communicate like that because I did the failure of trying to get along to get along. I did the failure of trying to be cohesive. I did the failure of trying to be some kind of pleasant. And it didn't help any of us. I kind of hurt us. Our success would have been a whole lot faster. Our enjoyment in life would have been a whole lot quicker if I didn't do that. So that's why I move like that now. It's like, no. It was wrong. I knew it was wrong at the time, but in order to have the end results that I have, I had to somewhat be a little bit, because I don't got great doers. When you got great, phenomenal success people that lead their own life and they partner with you in the endeavor, you don't have to worry about, are they leading their life black and white? Do they understand black and white life and making decisions and been absolute on what decisions that they made? You don't have to ever worry about that when you got great doers around you. Why? Because that's all they know. So they're not scared of you implementing that into how you do movies, or you do the production, or a business that they might merge and collaborate with you on. They kind of know it because that's how they run stuff. So all it is a continuation of what they already feel like is their likeness. And I couldn't move like that for the last 6 to 8 years. Why? Because people didn't. It would have been too harsh. It would have been. I wouldn't even got. People would have left the set. They would have kind of manipulated something. They would have sabotaged something, and they would not have executed. So when I see this gray area stuff in their interaction, I think it's just ridiculous. I don't understand it. I really don't. So let's get back to this and let's knock this on out.
Possible. It is the same thing that a lot of them do. I know Fatty, but I don't know Tommy.
That seriously, I've never tuned in for a show because I don't watch shows really that's not on YouTube.
June says Fatty got sexual beef. Merry Christmas. You see, and I'm telling you, this is why I wish that the internet beef was more like rap beef, where niggas could lay you down. I go back to I understand rap beef where they taking your life. This man said, I don't know. I don't know him. I really don't watch anything that's not on YouTube. Nigga, I've been on YouTube. So what their diss is you're not on YouTube. That's their diss. Their diss is you're not on YouTube. When their diss used to be, you are on YouTube.
He didn't say that right.
This is
because he's a little distracted. He and Tommy Sotomayor got good communication. He's really, really phenomenal. Him and Anton, they both really good at communicating. And being able to be verbose and not stutter and all that other stuff. I'm good at it mentally, but sometimes when I'm communicating to podcasts, because I haven't transitioned my subconscious into my oratorial display, and sometimes I hesitate on something, or I stutter on something, or I kind of collect my thoughts and then say something. And they're very verbose and very accurate when they're verbose, or they pretty much say what they wanted to say when they said it. You know what I mean? For me, I have to sometimes, I'm clear when I'm saying what I'm saying, but some things when I'm trying to, I haven't pre-thought of it, or not pre-thought of it, but I haven't strategized about it on a redundant thing, and I might say something and I might hold and say, do I want to really say that like that? And then I'll say it. Or something, or I'll start to say something, and I stop and I say, okay, do you really want to say it like that, or do you got a better way of saying that? And then I say it, and that may give it a little pause and a stuttering and maybe an enunciation of a word inaccurate or something like that, or a vocabulary, say a vocabulary or word inaccurate, you know what I mean? So just like what I just did with inaccurate. So so I'm kind of doing that, and it's because when I walk away from here, if I go months and stuff without podcasting, when I got really in the verbose way of communicating, like if you watch the first episode of even this series to this episode, you will see that I'm pretty much how I verbose and how I communicate majority of the time. I'm back to that because I allow myself to kind of do so many hours and then get back into my flow. But even if you watch how I did these series, you can see that I was a little hesitating on certain words, kind of saying things like some kind of something. And I'm doing that, and I'm not always like that. I'm very verbose in what I'm communicating, and I can move. I can really do it fast. But sometimes when you step away from so much, you got to look at yourself on camera. You're dealing with yourself in the podcast. You're collecting your thoughts on something. You're kind of spitting out real quick and everything like that. And you may not be as accurate as you would be if you was in the flow of it. If you was in constant continuity and constant displaying it and doing it. So that's what my issue is. And have patience. We're doing a good job here, okay? But it's just this thing about them not knowing each other, which I'm gonna move on to the next clip in a second.
Crazy just to hear it. Now it's you're not on YouTube. The diss before was you are on YouTube.
And yeah, that's what I was saying. That he didn't say that right. He didn't say the diss used to be that the diss is that I'm not on YouTube, and it used to be that I was on YouTube. What he mean by, because you got to understand, Tommy Sotomayor was like the first one of the major first podcasters, or the people that was doing pretty much broadcast radio on YouTube. He was the first one that kind of brought broadcast radio and broadcast communication to YouTube, and that was how he communicated. He was one of the biggest people. He was like all of them. He was Anton. He was like Candace Owens. He was that stature of YouTube, and you would have had to see him if you had any kind of time on YouTube for a decade or so, you would know who he is. It's because his freedom of speech got eroded and disrespected by YouTube that they start regulating how people communicate and what people said. I'm not talking about like degenerate, like vulgar or sexualized context. It's just intellectual stuff, criticism of like social and political dynamics. They started regulating people if they said specific social stuff. If they said specific politics and political stuff, they said something about foreign nations that may not be favorable to certain countries and stuff, they would actually regulate people's speech on that context. Because Anton, he say the F word 100 times. He say the N word tons of time. His platform says it's brutally. They say some of the most vulgar, degenerate conversation stuff in the world, sexualized stuff and everything and stuff. And it's like, I don't get, he's monetized like crazy and everything. So it's not about, I'm telling you, 99% of the stuff that Tommy Sotomayor says is pretty much everyday function of Anton Daniels. Why is he getting demonetized? Why has he got kicked off? Why can't he have a YouTube page? Because that 1% is politically and socially regulated. It's something that the owners and the arbitrators and the decision makers and the actual favorite of the communities of YouTube is not favored. And they say, anybody about this, you cut them off. It's not that it's vulgar. It's not that it's terrible. It's a very freedom of speech, a very like regular conversation, communication, but under the platform of YouTube, you can't say it. So that's why I want people to understand that Anton has given over to enrollment of freedom of speech. Because he could say vulgar stuff and he could say certain things that he like, oh shit, man, YouTube let me say this. YouTube let me do this. YouTube let me communicate this. He feels like, come on, if my freedom of speech rolled, they would have said, let me say this. No, that stuff is in movies. That stuff is in music. So if it's in hip hop videos and hip hop music, and they play hip hop music, and they make a bag off of. And they make a lot of money off of hip hop streaming from music on YouTube and its platform. Why would they not allow their podcasters to say pretty much the same conversations that's inside a hip hop song? You get what I'm saying? But the certain things in regular conversation, regular English dialect words are very normal, mainstream, historical communication words. Is certain things they won't let you, phrases that they won't let you say that are 100% your First Amendment right to say it. I'm talking about just the basic of your First Amendment right to say. They don't allow it on that platform. And Anton has decided for the bag that YouTube is giving me and I'm able to make under this platform, no, I don't care if they enrolled on that. I'm not saying, look, I want him to have 15 to 16 hours per day with about 6 to 8 content creators on this platform, giving people an alternative to mainstream media. That's what I want Anton to be doing. So I understand it's a harsh criticism of him, but I just want you guys to be logical what's going on here. Okay? Let's go.
Anything on YouTube, I don't watch. So,
and that's
meaning, I watched the previous episodes that I talk about this because I said it in the previous episode. You got to pay attention to how Anton says it. I don't watch Tommy Sotomayor in his own standalone content, but I not gonna tell you he have seen him on Fresh and Fit. He has seen him on Fatty, so he kind of knows him. He kind of knows what he's doing, but he's doing this backhanded way. And Anton, you do that a lot, man. You know you do it. It's very passive aggressive. he kind of talks about people and bag on people and say some very degenerate, crazy stuff about people. And he says some good backhanded comments about people. And he would say, oh, it's not a diss. It's not a diss. Oh, it's not, I'm not talking about, I'm not saying nothing bad about you. No, I'm not being evil about you. I don't hate. It's not a diss, but it's a diss like crazy, and it was communicated as an insult. But that's the way that the podcasters talk. That's the way the social influencers talk. They don't just come out and say something. You know what I mean? Well, I don't want beef, but I want to say I don't want beef, so you won't even take a comment or insult that I said as it's beef. As you need to come at me, that you need to respond to me, that you need to that you need to come at me with all ferociousness, because I don't want to occupy my time in fighting you. I just want to insult you right now and then move back onto my stuff. That's how it's very gray area. Okay. So, I mean, he don't care if you bring it. Anton's very good at it. He's very verbose about fighting. He'll bring it just as much as everybody else bring it. But he stays in the gray area by you don't know how to take it, if it was just a podcast communication and an insult, or was it something that could kind of hurt your bag and you need to focus your attention on Anton now. You need to throw $250,000 coming at him. Make sure you build your platform to be able to respond to him how he's responding to you in a passive aggressive way. So that's what's going on. And but technically, the one thing he has over Tommy Sotomayor, because Tommy Sotomayor got everything that he has. The only thing that Tommy don't have is the platform of YouTube. So it is an accomplishment that Tommy could bring him into his world to talk about him, because that's how strong Tommy's influence into Anton's world, that he has to acknowledge me. You got to say something. You got to acknowledge my existence, and you got to come out and say, why are you doing this backhand comment stuff to me? That's what's going on here. So let's go to the next clip. This is what Anton kind of responding to Tommy. And I just want to go to why he's doing these backhand comments. I already played this clip fully. I want you guys to kind of hear Anton's communication of why he doesn't really want to deal with Tommy as a content creator or a person that he would be on a day-to-day or occasional time of communicating about. Here we go.
All of the recruiting, and she finds everybody that appears on a Monday night show. My responsibilities over there were completely different from his responsibilities. Part of his responsibilities is to gather the talent to have conversations on the platform. So I showed up to talk on a platform. I did not show up and recruit you to come on the platform. And I'm gonna get into that in a minute of why I haven't recruited you or did an interview with you or worked with you. I'm gonna address that shortly. But for whatever reason, he wants to really get this visibility to say, how don't he know me? How do he know me? Of course, yes, I know of you, right? But I do not know you in real life. Okay, so let's address this live stream. Brooklyn Kennedy says, hypocrite Mark Hill said the same about you, bozo. But here's the difference. Mark Lamont Hill and his team reached out to me to do an interview, which is one of the reasons why I actually showed the receipts for that. I have never reached out to Tommy to have a personal conversation. I turned Mark Lamont Hill and his team down when they were reaching out to me to do an interview. So if you say that, if Mark Lamont Hill volunteers his opinion and says, I don't even know who that is. Who is he? Who is he? Well, that would be hypocritical, because why are you reaching out to me to talk to me? Or at the very least, why is your team reaching out to me versus me saying, I don't know you because I've never had a personal conversation with you. So when we having this conversation, I want y'all to put y'all thinking hats on. I want you to look at the context and understand, look for understanding instead of looking to debate. When you have understanding, you can start to filter through to get the context as to why somebody is saying something. If somebody reaches out to me and then later says, well, wait a minute. I don't even know who that is. Who is this guy? It's a difference between knowing who somebody is and knowing them. All right? So it's a false equivalent. It's not the same. It doesn't line up. Do I know who he is? Let me do it real slow for the people in the back. Do I know who he is? Yes. Do I know him personally? No.
And that's semantics. That's ridiculous. Come on, Anton. But this is a great area of stuff that I'm glad you're doing this, because in the totality of the series, the 5 episodes, I kind of really hunt at this, and I try to articulate it as best way I can. And yes, maybe I've fumbled it in the previous 4 episodes and stuff, but I'm gonna get this right now. Okay, look, it's semantics about how he's kind of saying, do I know you or do I know of you? It's pretty ridiculous. Okay, nobody's saying you know him like a personal level. He's not even saying that do you know him on a personal level. He's saying, hey, I'm Tommy Sotomayor. Do you know my history? Do you know my actual communication in the manosphere, red pill, and the communication of the gender war and all that stuff? Do you know my history? Do you know of my value, of my legacy, of the work I have done in totality of communication on streaming platforms, on YouTube, on the communication of podcasting? Do you know of me? Ain't nobody care about him talking. Nobody cares if they having a conversation. Look, a man can want to have a relationship with Anton Daniels. I want you to know this, Anton. A man can have a urge to want, or some kind of situation to want to have a relationship because you're doing content. Even for me, I felt like I wanted to present myself, even if I needed financial stability to what I was doing and everything. But my presentation was to show my content, show my worth, show my value in media. Why? Because you're doing media and we try to interact that way. So if Tommy wants to interact with you in a social media situation or communicate, do you know who I am in a communication? Why are you dodging me and acting like you don't know who I am in the media forum, in podcast forum, in the legacy of streaming forum? Why are you acting like you don't have no recollection of who I am? And I'm pretty sure you see me on Fresh and Fit. I'm pretty sure you see me on Fatty. I'm pretty sure you kind of know of me in the legacy. Why every time you articulate yourself about me, it's I don't know this guy. I don't know why he want me to like show him some respect and everything like that. It's because you have a real situation of why you don't acknowledge him. Just say that. But it's this gray area of communication to actually come. You Anton Daniels, I'm telling y'all, the way he's communicating with this, if you watch this whole episode, if you watch the previous actual episode that I did on this series, the way he's communicating, this is not Anton. Anton is a bulldog, an enforcer, a ruler, a Napoleon in the world of Alexander the Great syndrome. This is some bullshit podcasting, playing the middle, trying to psychologically, I don't know, keep a actual persona intact of it's weird. I don't know, but he don't move like this. That's why I say, for me, it's important for me to come on Individual Perspective. He ain't got to do it. I'll do it and give logical, like he is a black and white person in the real thing that keeps the stability of his podcast world, of his business world, his real estate, how his household is ran, how his family is ran. It's a black and white brutality of judgment and regulation to how he moves. And it is against his being for him to come on a podcast and say, it's not that I don't know of you, it's that I don't know you. That is a waste of his time to actually debate or even articulate the differentiating of that situation. It's stupid for him how he actually thinks in real life and the time that he will waste on that. It's stupid for him. But for his podcast and the persona that he has a great area by himself that allows for him to be like, he feels like we're so, for some reason, how he evaluates his viewers, how he evaluates the media industry and what he wants them to give him, and how he wants them to give validation or valuize him, or his relationships or his media relationships with Fox News or whatever. For some reason, he has a reason that he would come on a platform and say something that is so illogical to how he really moves and start to have a debate. Do he know Tommy Sotomayor, or do he know of Tommy Sotomayor? That's ridiculous. Nobody's talking about you knowing him personally, exchanging numbers with him, texts, like you do with Charleston White, or you do with Brian and I, or what you do with basketball players or other celebrities. That's ridiculous. No man is really thinking of it like that. You know what he's asking. Do you know me? Do you know of me? Do you know my work? So it's ridiculous. I know it's ridiculous. I don't even take this serious about how he runs his company, how he runs the back end, that I need to be stable so he can have 15 to 16 hours of content on a day-to-day basis, 5 to 6 days a week, so he can help me or gives people an option to be an alternative to the mainstream media. That's the value I have for Anton. Not for me. We don't ever have to do business together. I'm good. I can live the rest of my life and not ever have to collaborate him personally on anything. I want him to be stable and powerful and strong enough to have 15 to 16 hours a day for 5 to 6 weeks. Let me say this clearly. I need Anton Daniels to have the ability to have 15 to 16 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week, 6 to 8 content creators under his platforms, making that 5 to 6 days a week, 15 to 16 hours of content daily. I need him to be in that kind of stable infrastructure. So I'm for Anton. But come on, man. This is a stupid conversation. But I'll let him finish up.
Mark Lamont Hill specifically, in your example, did he know who I was? Yes. Did he lie about knowing who I was? He later admitted, yeah, I know who he was. Whatever.
But he don't know you. Because he reached out with you, he did some context and let you know that Mark Lamont Hill's got context, that he was able to get a number that you don't have out there that's to you and to your phone. So he knows some people personally. But do he personally know you? He don't, but he knows of you. And he lied about that. Just like you're lying about knowing of Tommy. So it's the same thing. I don't know why, but you guys all fall into this because it's the good business is you live in the gray area. I'm learning this the hard way. I'm able to my persona is this black and white podcast of individual perspective, but I know doing good business in the real world, I gotta somehow be gray area when I'm interacting with y'all. In my household, I gotta be black and white. But this how the real people in the world gotta actually operate in difference to the influencers and the actual podcasters and the media and these fake ass people that we look up to, or these people that's just ridiculous with this misdirection way of doing business and communicating to the people. Y'all gotta do this. Y'all gotta be persona, gray area, life, black and white. In our world, we gotta do business in a gray area, live our personal lives with our relationships and everything and interact with the people that's immediately around us, black and white. And I think, for me, my persona on the internet is black and white. That's how I think it's the best for probably the average person to operate. Because the average person can't operate how Anton operates, where his personal life and his business life is black and white, and his persona on the air is gray area as hell. You don't know where he is. If you look at him as a totality on the internet and on his podcasting and all this stuff, you hear this harshness and this matter of fact thing, but you got the way he operates with his employees and the people that he puts his strength around is very gray area. His relationships on the internet is gray area. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. But look, that's what I'm saying. And I wanted him to say that. I'm going to skip forward to it so we can hurry up and get to Tommy Sotomayor's final wrapping up. Obviously, I'm about to go long on this, 3 hours or so. This thing is ridiculous.
And so forth. And it was very difficult for him to debate otherwise, because why is his team reaching out to me in order to get an interview?
So now I want to go to the point of what he said, and I already played this in the previous episodes, but I'm going to recap on this again. Now, that's the only reason why I'm skipping through all this, because it's already, I'll break it down already. But I'm going to go to the point that I really want him to have about Tommy.
It's not. I would love to have conversations with people and explore what it is that they're about and stuff like that. But unfortunately, to invite somebody onto my as well, I hope that decision, because I have to live and die, but I am a stranger to dealing with people that get in YouTube's good graces. YouTube is saying we don't, because he's not a good smoke and pause. Individually had it. So let me give some insight into why I've never individually had a conversation with Tommy Sotomayor. All right.
And I want you guys, and the reason why I'm making sure I emphasize this even on this episode, and why I'm even walking you guys through this whole thing, is because this is the plain speak. This is like, even when he does his plain speak, his actual reasoning is gray area as hell. You get what I'm saying? It's gray area as hell, but it's a black and white. He for him, this is how I'm gonna do business, because if it all falls under my black and white way that I live my life. Do you mess up my bag? Do I let things do I let things compromise my bag or not? That's how he rules his business. I will not let you compromise my bag. I will actually let something come pop up and it compromise my bag. He's on the 100%. I will not let you compromise my bag. So if something that I gotta be a little bit obtuse about, or semantics about, or not really give an absolute decision on, and it preserves me making this money and making this transaction, I'm going towards that. That's the decision that he's made. So now he tried to avoid Tommy Sotomayor for so long and not even say his name, because he's not good for YouTube, but he won't say it. I don't want to come out and say it. There's certain things I say on air, and there's certain things I don't even say unless I'm talking to a person in person, and this is just because if I say this, then if you ain't no bag chaser, you actually understand how to do good business. But I broke it down before. There's plenty of people that talk to people that were canceled from YouTube, and somehow they interacting with YouTube and the actual regulators of YouTube, and they communicated, hey, I'm gonna have this person on the platform. I wanna actually communicate with this person. Is there any kind of do's and don'ts that I have to correspond with, so you guys won't block my page or you won't demonetize me? They communicate that ahead of ahead of them doing interviews with them so they can legally have a binding reason that YouTube can't touch their channel. We already communicated about your regulations, and as long as I didn't do nothing against those regulations, why are you messing with my monetization? Stop. If you do any monetization on my page and I have this conversation with you and you agree under the circumstances that I can do whatever I want to do in freedom of speech conversation with them, and then you decide to be passive aggressive to the engagement that I have on my platform, that you demonetize me, you going to pay for every second and every minute of that, and I'll just get free money from you. That's how a lot of people actually go at YouTube to stop YouTube from having the power to demonetize. But also, all of y'all better be grateful to Donald Trump, because Donald Trump had these people into his office and told them to stop regulating freedom of speech. And a lot of y'all got y'all platforms on YouTube back because his strong arming and him making Google have to be respectful to people's First Amendment right and quit demonetizing people for certain speech that they have. So then YouTube opened the floodgates. Say, okay, you can have your channels back. You can have your channels back because we see that that because Trump had a regulation of the CDC and the department, now the excuse can't be that they kicked you out because you had bad regulation on how you communicated the vaccine and the actual pandemic. They can't say that. So now y'all all a little freer to communicate because they can't use that as a regulation to why they cut somebody's mic, why they cut somebody's platform, why they demonetize somebody. Y'all all need to give respect to that. And understand that there's people that their freedom of speech has been eroded like a Tommy Sotomayor. But let him kind of go to give his reason why.
And this is not something that I would usually say publicly.
Yeah, because it ain't in your best interest.
Today. I'm going to give y'all the inside scoop on why I have never had.
It's really not an inside scoop, but to have you say it out loud is what we actually value. And that's why we're like drooling dogs and using it as a reaction video and commentating about it, because I like when people admit that they're not for the First Amendment.
A conversation, nor have I ever invited him up on a platform. Because
hold on a second. What in the hell? Sorry about that, guys. I don't know. It's something happened to my screen. What happened to my screen? What? Okay, I don't know what that was. Sorry about that. Let's go.
Up on a platform because YouTube does not like Tommy Sotomayor. It's not personal. It's not because he's not a good content creator. I wouldn't know. I don't watch his show because I don't watch anything on Rumble. I only watch stuff that's on YouTube, Netflix, and whatever, right? I don't watch Kick. I don't watch Twitch. I watch none of that, all right?
See, he keeps bringing this, I don't watch anything on Rumble. Come on, man. Ain't nobody asking you to watch Rumble to know of Tommy Sotomayor's content. But for some reason, he feels like he can influence you guys to make a specific judgment or a specific ruling or a specific outcome of what he wants you to have, this specific thought process. So he's kind of keeps sticking to this talking point, which is full of shit in his gray area and is stupid, and he doesn't think stupid. I'm telling y'all, if Anton's talking like this, it's because it's a manipulation or a perception or an outcome of thought process or conclusion that he wants y'all to have, and he thinks it's most likely you will have that outcome if he keep using this semantic of like, I don't watch Rumble, I only watch YouTube. We know you don't watch Rumble, or you probably don't want to watch Rumble, or most people don't watch Rumble. The data on that, if people are watching Rumble or not, is pretty much in. And majority of podcasters and content watchers that are not watching Rumble, and it's like we're talking like literally we're talking about 80 to 90% of the people are not watching Rumble. So to say that is a mind fuck type of thing, and I don't understand why he's talking like this. This is not how he moves in the real scheme of Anton Daniels, but for some reason he feels he got to communicate this to you guys because he gets a result out of communicating to you guys this, or specifically he thinks he needs to communicate like this. But this semantic is stupid, both of them, because he actually got two of them now, or he had, or do this conversation he has two of them. One is, do I know of you or do I know you? In I don't watch Rumble, I only watch YouTube and Netflix and all kind of other stuff. So there's no way that I will ever see anything meaningful about Tommy Sotomayor if I don't watch Rumble. Come on, man, this is ridiculous. He's on Fresh and Fit for hours. He's on all other content stuff for hours. He's on Fatty for hours. You have seen content of him long enough of anyone that's on the platform of YouTube that you would be able to say, you only watch Joe Budden for a certain amount of minutes. You don't watch him for hours, and maybe you do watch him for hours, but no matter what, the same amount of time that you will watch a Joe Budden show or presentation of Joe Budden or a conversation or a segment of Joe Budden, you have watched that of Tommy on somebody else's platform for that amount of time. So to use the semantics of I don't watch Rumble, so there's no way I can even know of the existence or the purpose of, or even the value or the legacy or the history value of Tommy Sotomayor in the podcast world. The only way you will be able to ever know that, you will have to watch Rumble. Come on, stop.
The reason why I don't do business with Tommy Sotomayor is because for me, Tommy Sotomayor is bad for business when it comes to YouTube. It's one thing to get demonetized. It's another thing if YouTube is saying, we don't want you on the platform at all. It's the reason why I've never reached.
And as a person that does news on the Millionaire Morning Show, aren't you curious? Like, just one segment. What is the reason, the true reason why YouTube don't want Tommy Sotomayor on the platform? Why? Is that not like nothing? Nothing. Nobody is going to want to know that. Nobody's going to want to research that. Nobody's going to want to see what that is. And I'm sorry for stepping back, but it's bad for my dialogue and my vocals and my tone. But it's ridiculous. Come on, man. You don't want to know nothing about that. The validity of it or nothing.
Out to Andrew Tate. It's the reason why I haven't had conversations.
And he say there's the reason why he didn't reach out to Andrew Tate. That's crazy. People have made millions of dollars by interviewing Andrew Tate on YouTube, and YouTube allow for those platforms to keep it on YouTube and rank up the number and demonetize the people, kept it going, did kick them off, kept it going. So it's a communication thing you may not have with the back end people with YouTube, or it's just a personal dig, a personal opposition to Tommy Sotomayor. That's okay. I just want you to say it. Even when you're saying that, hey, this is the reason why I don't want it, it's still gray area. It's still full of shit. And even then you telling something, I'm like, okay, cool. He's coming out and saying it, but you're coming out and saying it, but it's a layer of saying it that keeps it semantics and gray area and technically bullshit.
Want you on the platform at all. It's the reason why I've never reached out to Andrew Tate. It's the reason why I haven't had conversations with a lot of people. And it's not personal to Tommy. Right? It's that I'm not going to risk, jeopardize, and other people can. If Fatty want to do it, he can.
Look, I don't want you to risk it either. Why? Because you made it. You have made yourself where you're 1 foot in degeneracy and 1 foot out degeneracy. And in addition, you're actually favored by big platform, Fox News and Google and stuff like that, where in a way, the people can have a big FU to all of them by making sure that you got 15 to 16 hours of content daily, 6 to 8 content creators making content on your actual platform so we can destroy the mainstream media one by one content creator at a time. We can actually create platforms, support, and opposition to the mainstream media. All cable news outlets, all newspapers, all movie content creators, all like studios, all of them. I want them burnt down. Why? Because they did a lot to destroy the American people's perception of the truth for the last 15 years. Last 12 to 10 years, they did a lot to destroy us even wanting to know the truth. It's not even the truth. It's not even valuable to the most successful of us. The most where we would think, oh, that's a real person. That's a real human being. That's a real person. They fighting for the people. Even those people that we look up to, that we support, they're so full of shit because the truth has been eroded so much that it has no value in our society no more. Statue, economic positioning is all that matters in our culture, in our society, and how we deal with each other. Black, white, Asian, Hispanics, all of us. We don't care about the truth. We don't care about integrity. We don't care about honor. It's not in our best interest to care about that stuff. If we want success out of our lives, we got to be full of shit with each other when we're doing business with each other, when we're interacting with each other in real commerce exchange, barter trade exchange. The podcast world, the media world, maybe the perception of the truth, we may be able to survive on that. But so far, I'm seeing gray area is the ruler even in that. So it's ridiculous.
If other platforms want to do it, they can. But if I find out that a person, even if somebody on my team recruited a person that YouTube is saying we don't even want on the platform, then I don't fuck with you because I am not going to ever risk my good standing because I am on here to make money. I am not on here to make people feel good. I'm not on.
And I need you guys to understand that. I need you guys to understand. I think he's 100% right to move like that. Look what his outcome is, moving like that. This man is extremely successful from Detroit. I'm a Detroiter. 6 Mile of Evergreen. And if you can become Anton Daniels, I think he's 7 Mile of Evergreen. I'm saying, if you can become Anton Daniels, trust me, you are aggressive. You are a value to society in the community of Michigan Detroiters, all that stuff. I'm just saying that he's full of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's making him a lot of money. So if he decided that it's not value, it's like he's about his money. He's about his good standing with YouTube. I'm saying, why are the people that's watching him, the people that support him, his bag chaser, why would you ever allow yourself or anybody around you, your friends, family, community, Anton Daniels, or anybody compromise your bag? This is the culture they want to live in. My only problem with this is it makes everybody inhumane. The business of survival and success, in order to be even somewhat, now it has invaded in the actual normal person's life. To be able to be somewhat even stable, you have to be so self-centered, so egomaniac, a total selfish person to what your outcome needs to be, that's the culture. What he's saying, you have to be like that, and you're gonna lose if you're not. You're gonna lose if you're not. That's the outcome. Don't not listen to what he's saying. He's telling you, if you want the most valuable and most consistent outcome, you need to be relentless about nobody messing up your bag. You don't care about your freedoms. You don't care about your constitutional rights. You don't care about none of that stuff. You buy your constitutional rights. Meaning that if you can't buy it, it should be infringed on. If you can't buy it, you allow yourself to not be able to pay for your freedoms. So it should be infringed on. That's the ruling of Anton Daniels and majority successful people. Tommy Sotomayor, the judges like this too. They all kind of judge everybody underneath them. I'm saying the reason why I fight, and I'm going to be clear about this, I'm going to let this play. I'm so sorry about this, but I need to make sure that this is very coherent in this episode. My problem is the formula for success and the formula for the bag chasers and the formula for all these podcasters and social influencers and celebrities and how they say, yeah, you gotta fight for it and you gotta be disciplined about it and all the other stuff. They say that anybody over the age of 20, 30 years old, if you're a garbage man, if you're a plumber, if you're a construction worker, if you're a storage stocker of a grocery store, if you're a cashier at a grocery store, if you're a Popeyes employee, if you make under $100,000, you shouldn't be respected. You shouldn't be valued. You shouldn't have family. You shouldn't have a wife. You shouldn't have anything of value, because to be under $100,000, you have no purpose. And I'm saying, how much do you think a garbage man that picks up your garbage in the most richest area to the neighborhoods, how much you think they make? They make about $56,000 a year, possibly $60,000 a year. How much you think, like you making it seem like for the last 2,000, 3,000 years, to the modern technology, to the modern civilization, to a economic capitalist structure of America, that you never walked into a grocery store and seen a 60-year-old person doing the garbage or stocking the shelves or been a cashier. Like, you never seen a person over 20, 30 years old in these jobs. To make it that it got to be the standard of our existence, and we want to build a level up culture that says every single woman, every single man disrespect each other if you don't have a value of a person like, if you got a value for a person that's under $100,000, then you're part of the problem. That's what the level up culture does. That's what and you can hear this from Fresh and Fit, and even Anton them say this. If you don't make people want to fight for more, then you actually part of the problem. You trying to minimize people. You trying to stagnate people. You crazy? You crazy? Every man, every person that goes and try to do better for themselves and be consistent at jumping up, going to work, working a job, working the hours, punching out, trying to budget, all that stuff on a day-to-day, they are always pushing for something more, something bigger, something greater. It's just that the code to function of our society is what an average person does, and the average person's economic standing is, and all that stuff. It's just the way the world is. Everybody's not gonna be $100,000 and up. Everybody not gonna be more than $60,000 and up. and we all know, if you look at the data for at the least the last 70 years, who we know for sure is the average person is making $32,000 to $47,000 a year. The average, we have 30, 40, 60, 50 years of this data. Let you know that even when people are trying to achieve extra stuff, okay, I gotta buy a car, so I need to do extra jobs or extra this or do extra this to actually budget myself or be able to buy a car and cash out on it, or buy a home, or buy or invest in some plumbing equipment or something so I can have a side job, or I could do some catering, or I could do some hair or some. You have too much data of $32,000 to $47,000 a year people trying to push above their salary and do extra stuff in order to make money. And still you're balancing from 56 to maybe 75,000 with that extra stuff, and people are having family members and all the other stuff. It can't build a stable household with love and function and a good support system. And your narrative is that you should never give validation to those people and how they life and what their standard is and what they living at. And you can't even function if these people don't accept the $32,000 job, the $57,000 job, the $47,000 job. If these people don't accept those salaries, those wages, then you don't even got like a good stable system in society for garbage, for stocking, for factory working, for any of this stuff. So it's stupid. This highfalutin thought process that you all have in the standards of excellence and grandeur that people just watch and they, that's wild that he said that. You're a winner, man. You're a winner. I want to be like you. It's wild stuff. So this standard, I'm just saying, it's full of shit.
Here to go against the system. I'm not on here to be
I'm not here to go against the system. Well, like, dude, I totally understand. And you think I'm lying when I say that. I totally understand it, especially for my outcome, for what I'm dreaming and hoping that Anton attacks like a pit bull, like how he is. I want him to attack that 15, 16 hours, 6 to 8 content creators under your platform to give a home for people to spend 16 hours if they want on your platform. That's what I want. I need to get the mainstream media destroyed. And that's how it's going to get. If enough people, enough platforms, enough content creators do this, I'm going to get what I want. So that's what I know this, but I'm just telling you, full of shit, man.
I am on here to make money. I am not on here to make people feel good. I'm not on here to go against the system. I'm not on here to be a masquerade for truth and righteousness. I don't give a fuck about that. My goal is to have conversations in which I add.
So that's why he's so gray area on the content, y'all, because how he operates and what his black and white baseline is in his overall strategic off-camera back-end way is black and white. In the actual architecture of the strategy and how he get the outcome that he wants is to be this persona that you guys see that's gray area, full of shit, ferocious, and he sounds like he's black and white. He sounds like he's logical. He sounds like he's just verbose and he don't bullshit and all that stuff. And he's very outspoken and everything like that. But what he's outspoken in, if you articulate what he's saying, if you break down what he's saying, it's so gray area, it's so full of shit, and it sounds. That's the trick of our society right now. Everything real is full of shit. And we think it's real. But when you analyze why they're communicating to us that way, why they give it the perception of real, but it's really full of shit and it's really black and it's really gray area, you'll find out why they're doing that is a black and white tactic. Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention.
value to the people that support me, love me, and the bag chasers. And I am here to get money. And so unless he ever gets back on YouTube or get in YouTube's good graces and standings, then I will not be having conversations with him, nor will I be having conversations with anybody else that is a brand risk or that could possibly group me in the same group that ultimately is the bad guys list. Now, you may disagree with that. You may say, oh, I don't like that, or I don't agree with this, or you should do this or whatever, but I don't have a personal relationship with you, so you can't put your standards on me as an individual that likes to create content and that monetizes and make millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars off of this shit every single month.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. That's too much. That's too much. And like I said, it's method to the madness, okay, y'all? And my method for his madness is for him to have 15 to 16 hours of content, 5 to 6 days a week, 6 to 8 content creators on his platform to give an option for people to leave the mainstream media, come to platforms like this that can occupy their time for 15 to 16 hours a day, that you don't need the mainstream media no more. So I get it, but I'm telling you what he ain't gonna say is that he's full of shit.
I'm no stranger to dealing with people with controversy, but I am a stranger to dealing with people that I believe personally, because I am the CEO of my life, and I am a person that is going to make an executive decision to protect the money for all of the other people that I pay. Whether
we already got this, so now let's go to how he feels about truly feels about what you call it, talking about he's copying off of him.
Be my editor. I wish him the best.
No, you don't.
To invite somebody onto my here and say, Anton, is it beef? We need to build that or whatever. It ain't about you. It's not. I would love to have conversations with people.
Everything that.
Okay, yeah, because on this clip, I'm sorry, I'm playing the wrong clip to you, because he ends it like this. I want to go to the end of it.
That I am biting your style. Even when Fatty did the live stream and he showed the Ether beat coming up, that's somebody else that chopped up my content and put that behind it. I didn't even know that you did something like that.
So like when he did this clip for because he cuts up the segments and everything like that. So when he cut up the segment, this is how I want you guys to see the gray area. So he cuts it off where it gets real, okay? But I want you guys to watch this and keep in mind my perception and my narrative of him being a gray area person, and him kind of his presentation and his persona is to get the bag. And the only way to get the bag is he cannot be 100% black and white. He rules his life like that. The judgments that he make, the business decisions that he make, and his purpose of what he's doing all this for and why he's doing all this stuff is very black and white. But for some reason, psychologically, he knows not to go towards that black and white fully, to keep this gray area. But he doesn't understand that most of the people that watch you, or even your bag chasers, they may not execute on things like they should execute on things because they got this gray area within them. How you deal with some of the women on your panels, how you favor them, and how you do some of the things that you've done in the history of your life, where it was just not as black and white how you are. You know what I mean? Even Anton, he was go to the strip club and spend tens of thousands of dollars with the strip club, but that's kind of simping. So he's 100% against simping, but he actually did an actual operation of it, and I think he stopped doing it because he even came to terms that it's simping. See, that's a gray area situation. So I'm just telling you guys, it's certain functionalities that he has that's so gray area that is bad for his the people that are watching him and the people that are following him, because you don't want that. So look, let me let him finish this up because this is a real gray area situation. So I'll let him do his thing.
Ever watch one video live stream of you doing anything solo, anything, not one time. So if you are sitting there thinking, Tommy Sotomayor, that I am biting your style, even when Fatty did the live stream and he showed the ether beat coming up, that's somebody else that chopped up my content and put that behind it. I didn't even know that you did something like that because I've never ever watched a live stream. I don't watch Rumble. So when I say never, I mean never have I ever watched any of your content before in my fucking life. So if you think that somebody is stealing your style,
see, he goes, if you ever you think that I'm stealing your style, and he ends it like that.
You think that somebody is stealing your style?
And he ends it like that. Why does he end it like that? Why does he end it like that? We're gonna go to the original tape.
Somebody on my team recruited a person and watched you on a solo mission. And I'm not saying this to diss. I'm saying that
see that when he says I'm not saying that to diss. Now you know. Even if you ever watch this podcast, look, I don't have as much viewers, and I'm nowhere near Anton Daniels. Please like, subscribe. We need the engagement, okay? We need the engagement. But when he said, "Oh, this is not a diss," it's a diss. It's a diss. Like, why? Like, why do people talk like that? It's successful people that don't. They pretty much got their own rights, and they pretty much got their own kingdom, like Anton has. Well, why are you trying to pacify people? Like, even me, when I articulate myself, I have to somewhat show some kind of favoritism towards, or at least some kind of way of thinking that may be where I don't get totally shunned or disliked by Anton. But Anton, he got his own thing. He can criticize whoever he wants to and make judgment on you, but he does it in a passive aggressive way. Or it's not a diss, and then he dishes you. Or he dishes you and say, "Oh, it's not a diss," and then he dishes you some more. It's ridiculous. Come on, stop. Yeah, this way of communication is crazy. I'm sorry, Anton. I don't like gray area. I don't like gray area because it's so bad for people that live in a life that they have. We have a gray area function and structure in social society, our rules, our statutes, all the new laws, all the way that we operate, our judges, our lawyers, our police officers, everybody, business, bankers, everybody is so gray area, but in certain ways they gray area, in certain ways they black and white. And it's just like, how do people operate? How do they know what the formula is when everybody's putting a perception on it that favors their persona? It's crazy. Gary Gardone, even when he talks about the stuff he does, it's so crazy that it's not, an average person can't take the situation because you're not structuring it logically or doable for the average person. There's a certain, don't even get me started. Look.
I have never, ever in my life, ever watched your personal live streams. I have never watched your personal videos. I have never sat there and put up on any computer, tablet, laptop, or phone device. I have never in my life watched anything that you have done individually, ever. Not one time.
And that's the trick. I've never watched anything you did individually. Not one time have I ever watched you individually. Like, why would you want that to be your talking point, man? Why would you want in history Like, that's why I say in podcast world, people don't care about people going to their stuff 20 years from now. 20 years from now. Like, for me, when I do a podcast, I want people to go back in it. And even if I had a struggle articulating myself in like verbose communication, what I'm saying is accurate, that I don't need to pull it off the shelf. I can literally let that, like 99.9% of all my podcasts live forever. Because I'm not saying something that I'm going to retract, or it's not going to hold up to scrutiny, or it's not going to hold up to what happened or what's going to happen or what happened at that specific time and the time after that and the value of that comment after it was done. What happened. All my stuff is going to live up, because that's how I talk. That's how my thought process. That's how I think. But for him to say, like, I'm disproving in analyzing and debunking your point of view of, not one time have I ever watched a standalone. Okay, that's true. That might be true. On your mama, on your kids, on your life, may you get struck down. You may be able to hold up that strategically, technically logical, that you did not watch his standalone situation on Rumble at all. Why? Because you have to go to Rumble to do it. There's no reason why you ever go to Rumble. And if you have never went to Rumble to watch a clip from Rumble or grabbed a clip from Rumble, and that means you actually made a decision, that actual business decision, to not pull any clips, any like anything people have ever did, or even a good segment or something that somebody has said. Even when people send you clips from Rumble, you have decided to not pull it and utilize it as a segment on your Millionaire Morning Show, on the After Hours, Room 9, or Q and Anton Daniels show. You have actually strategically made a decision to not use Rumble clips or anything that was pulled from Rumble. So it's easy, it's effortlessly that you may not have watched the standalone content of Tommy Sotomayor, because he is exclusively on Rumble or OnlyFans or some crazy stuff, but you ain't going to nowhere else. You definitely ain't going to his other platforms or his other outreach or his other pages on other platforms if you ain't watching Rumble. So it's effortless. And the reason why I mention that, because this is a dumb point. It is so fruitless to make a point that I have never watched the standalone content of yours, Tommy Sotomayor's content. I have never watched the standalone content, because the only way you can watch the standalone content of Tommy Sotomayor is you would have to watch Rumble clips. You would have to go to Rumble. You would have to allow somebody to send you something from Rumble, and you would have to utilize Rumble clips, even if it ain't got nothing to do with Tommy Sotomayor. You got to actually use a Rumble clip in order to give yourself the time of day to even come across something that's Tommy Sotomayor that might be a standalone content on Tommy Sotomayor's platform on Rumble. You will have to use Rumble or Rumble clips. And if you have decided not to use Rumble clips, there's no possible way that you will stumble, trip, and fall into a individual standalone Tommy Sotomayor Rumble clip. So to mention that is a rope-a-dope, it's a manipulation to your audience, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Look. I'm a big supporter, and I like Anton Daniels, but he's full of shit. He's very gray area in how his persona is. He don't rule like this. Trust me, his business is black and white. He is brutal in business, but he's full of shit, his persona. And I don't know what that value, but all I care about is that he's making enough money and he's successful enough to have 15 to 16 hours a day in content that 6 to 8 content creators on his platforms make, in order for him to help get the average people off of the mainstream media's platforms. They need to all go down because they're illegitimate for the work they have done over the last 10 to 12 years. Okay.
Not one time have I ever sat and watched your live stream. This is the longest that I've ever sat there and watched you on a solo mission. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying this to diss. I'm saying that I am not your target audience. I've never watched you a day in my life.
He ain't said you as his target audience. I mean, like, what are you talking about? This is something so he can he's setting up so he can bring up, I didn't bite off of you. How am I bite off of you if I don't watch you? If I haven't seen the standalone thing, if I don't know what your actual style is, if I don't know what your character is, if I don't know your actual formula is, your presentation is, your persona, how am I bite off of you? So he's saying all this to preempt for that.
Not one time. I have been on YouTube since, and I'm pretty sure you've been on YouTube longer than me. Maybe 2012? 2012? I have never, ever, not one time in my entire fucking life, ever, and I put that on my mama's life. If I'm lying, God strike me down right now. I have never, ever watched one video live stream of you doing anything solo. Anything, not one time. So if you are sitting there.
Okay. So maybe he said it, or he going to say it right here.
Thinking, Tommy Sotomayor, that I am biting your style. Even when Fatty did the live stream and he showed the ether beat coming up, that's somebody else that chopped up my content and put that behind it. I didn't even know that you did something like that because I've never, ever watched a live stream. I don't watch Rumble. So when I say never, I mean never have I ever watched any of your content before in my fucking life. So if you think that somebody is stealing your style, I'm fresher than you, nigga. Just keeping it 100. I'm flyer than you. I'm fresher than you. I'm cooler than you. People respect me more. They ask me for my opinion. They reach out to me to ask me what it is that I think. I am the motherfucking man. Let's make no mistake about it. I'm not saying this because I'm just trying to, I'm telling you.
It's true. He is. Trust me. He is. That's why I say he's telling you right now what his outcome is in his black and white world. Okay? His black and white world creates this persona. And this persona gets you to get him that bag that allows for his black and white life. That's what's so good about, and he's the fucking man. Okay? He is the man. So, I'm just giving you context to this before we go over to Tommy Sotomayor's reaction to this, because most of this we're going to be watching again on his reaction, but trust me, Tommy Sotomayor is very animated, so it'll be good to watch it and comment on that. So, okay, here we go.
That I'm a fly ass motherfucker. My cars is fresher. They smell better. I talk cooler. In every way, in every fucking way, there is no way in the world that you would ever miss. If I walk in the spot, and anybody that has ever met me in person know in real life, if I walk in, it's a difference, nigga. Everybody is gonna stop and say, who is that nigga right there? The ladies stop and they come over and they say, hey, D, and they all give me hugs, and people take pictures, and I do the selfies, and I spend the next 35 minutes showing love to everybody that is showing love to me. When I walk in the store, everybody stop and they send their best sales associate. When I walk in the casino, everybody stop and they say, wait a minute, we got to get 2 hosts and get him anything that he wants. Everybody in the valet, and this is the honest to God truth, anybody in the valet, they stop and they park my car at the front right there, whether I'm in Vegas or whether I'm here, or whether I go to Springfield or whether I go over to California on a goddamn reservation. I am him in every way, in every single way. I can't speak for you. I don't know what your life is like outside of here because I ain't never met you. But everybody knows that it's a difference. And it ain't nothing outside of the fact that we black and bald head. There is nothing, not one thing that me and you are alike. Well, maybe we vote the same. Maybe we both like Trump. I don't know. I seen you with your Trump hat on. But I want to be very clear. Nigga, there is nothing that you have for me to steal. There is nothing. Nothing. Not a talking point, not a style, nothing. And I mean zero for me to steal. Nothing. So y'all got to let this shit go and stop letting these niggas keep on gassing y'all up and saying that this nigga is the inspiration. Inspiration for who? Who? For me? I don't even walk around the streets with anything less than 10,000. I mean, 50 on my wrist? Fuck.
He's about to pull out money, but if Richard got to talk about it, I'll let him talk about it. But that's real. Look, and his character, that's his character. This is verbose. This is very verbose. That's a character. That's his persona. That's his tone. That's his vibe. That's Anton Daniels. So I just don't think that he's doing. I just don't think that his persona is Tommy Sotomayor. So that's why I said to Tommy, why are you saying that and you got no factual data? You ain't pulling out no videos, no anything about what you were doing in 2008 and to what Anton started doing in 2012 to 2020 to 2025. You got to show data when you say somebody biting. Don't just say that the culture of things is like yours. It's ridiculous. So now we go to the final clip, and boy, I'm gonna have to catch us up and start it where I think it needs to be started at. Oh, this gonna be a crazy one. This gonna be a crazy one because he gotta respond to all that. Okay. So we finally here, y'all. I know it took us 3 hours to get there. I know, but my commentary on top of all the other stuff and I will hope that people listen to this podcast because it's so valid and it's so real and it's all you really need to hear. Trust me, this actual episode is pretty much what you need to hear. And the reason why I want to do Tommy reaction to that video is because it'll be full. It'll be in totality to these personalities and anything you will ever come across, anything that however you will ever be and how you will ever deal with any kind of social dynamics between humans, men, and how men need to operate, what they need to know that they're going into a room, and most likely these are the personalities in business and anything that you're going to be on the opposition of you that's going to be in that room. And if you kind of look at this and even see my evaluation of it all, you would kind of have a totality about pretty much any room that you might be in, any scenario that you might get in, and how the thought process and what's the value and what's the real situation that's in that situation, what's in the room, what's the real conversation that's going on. And the individual perspective will allow for you to do that. And our individual perspective podcast is what I have this here for. Okay, so let's try to find out where we need to start. Hold 1 second, okay? More commercials, I tell you.
Have you heard about the eggshell ritual?
No, we don't hear about these crappy, fake, like
why are doctors
con jobs.
What this man just said about back pain?
These videos, they be having these commercials that be scams.
You said this is going to be good. I don't even. Thank you. No, thank you guys for being here. President S. Shakur that showed you themselves with the award. That'd be beautiful. Right. It is an indication of their lack of intelligence. Because thank you, OG veteran. If there was something I said that was so wrong, and for those who don't know, I'm live right now over Rumble, and there's a link in the description box.
Right now, I'm kind of going through.
You would have no choice but to generalize.
Like, I don't, like, for me, I'm trying to find when he starts to talk about him. I can't remember where it was. Let me skip ahead. Let me see where he kind of, because he does a preamble conversation, and I'm skipping over all that.
I went to his page. It's called The Millionaire's Morning Show.
Okay, hold on a second.
Got a beard like Tommy. Shaz said, you're no different than Anton. Anton DeBio?
He's reading his super chats or his chat room. I'm just trying to go to where he started, and then we're going to go.
He don't know me. You
doing his tea, you know. So let's just get to it.
I always say somebody copied something, and this is coming from a fucking group of people who love saying the white man copied them, and he didn't copy anything you personally did, black sir. What did the white man copy that you?
He's talking to somebody, probably super chat or some of his antagonizing chat room people.
Who did, black sir? White man always copying us.
I want to hear this stuff. I want to.
Sure, that could happen. You can't be no old YouTuber doing what it is that I do. There's no way he don't know me. And y'all, and here's the thing. Right, goes on Fox after I was on Fox. Black sir, what did the white man copy that you?
Yeah, I'm gonna let it play from here because it seems like he goes into, at least with his chat, he's going to conversating about Anton, and I just need to be accurate, and I need to kind of commentate from whatever he's saying. I don't understand why he does the general things about, the copy, you go on Fox News just like I went on Fox News. That don't mean Fox News contacted him from a video that he had that they said, oh, that's some of our talking points. And Laura Ingram says, okay, well, that sounds pretty good. That sounds like our talking, like something that's I'm supportive of. And even if you're talking crazy stuff, saying the N-word on your platform and all the other stuff, I like this talking point, this political talking point that's right wing that you're giving. So I want to have you on my show. He ain't got no problem. What are you gonna turn on Fox News because Tommy Sotomayor, he was on Fox News and he got here first, so I'm gonna have to turn you guys down because if I don't, he's gonna accuse me of jocking him and following him. It's ridiculous, Tommy. That ain't no example. Stop talking to your chat.
Who did, black sir? White man always copying us. Wait a minute. Is he copying you? But then they'll get mad at me for saying what someone takes from me. That's crazy. Right, goes on Fox after I was on Fox with Jesse and still swear he don't know who I am. That is insane. And y'all, and here's the thing. This is how I know people aren't fair. He did a review of what happened with me on Fresh and Fit when that girl hit me. He did a review of it. There's no way he don't know me. You can't be a black YouTuber as old as he is. Now, maybe you could be a young one and not know who I am. Sure, that could happen. You can't be no old YouTuber doing what it is that I do and then claim you had never heard of me. Dude, somebody wrote in your comment section, sound like Tommy. Got a beard like Tommy. Shaz said, you're no different than Anton. Anton DeBio? I don't know who that is, but I don't know what you mean by I'm no different. But let's go ahead and let y'all hear what he had to say. Come on. Oh, before I even started off, I want to show y'all something. For people to pretend they don't know who I am and they don't know why Anton Daniels is doing what he's doing, let me show y'all something. I went to his page. It's called The Millionaire's Morning Show with Anton Daniels. Because as you know, only millionaires are over there with Anton Daniels, apparently. Yes, because it's the Millionaire's Morning Show. Yes, it's only for millionaires. Y'all do me a huge favor. He has 421,000 subscribers, right? His last video, he did it an hour ago. It got 2.3K views. The video before that, he did it 4 hours ago.
That's just, he got about 4 channels or something. And he got his biggest channel, Anton Daniels. That thing got over 1.2 million subscribers. The Millionaire Morning Show got 421 or probably 500. It's pretty much going too. Then he got another one called Room 9. That thing got over 100,000 subscribers. And he got another one where he calls it like Darth Anton or something like that. And he that thing got almost, I think, 50 to 100,000 subscribers. So, and then you're not talking about his Instagram or his TikTok or all this other stuff. So he, like he said, he's doing hundreds of millions of hits all the time, billions in a month. You know what I mean? So it's just, I guess he's using an example saying that, okay, his video with me has the most hits with 21,000 views, and all the other ones just have like 8, 9, 2,000. And it's just like, you know, yeah, I'm sure maybe 5 to 7,000 people probably came there and because of the Anton versus Tommy Sotomayor type of narrative. But I think no matter what video he released, yeah, in the first day or so, it may be like 10 or 15,000 views. But by the end of the week, that thing would be 80, 90, 50, 80, 90, 100, a couple 100,000. So he got, like, I think he got at least about 40 to 50,000 people that watch everything. And I'm talking about everything that's on the Millionaire Morning Show, but he still got hundreds of thousands that watch stuff on the Room 9. And then he got, so they all over the place. So trust me, you ain't bringing that audience to him.
Got 4.2K views. The video before that, he did it 10 hours ago. Whose video is that?
And see, this him pointing this out is so gray area, and it's such a illogical situation that in the narrative of if somebody was to analyze or do a reaction video to what you're reacting to, you will be proven wrong. He's not going to show you all the other videos that's lower, that was like a day old or 2 day old or a week old, and they numbers is way the hell up there. You ain't driving on narrative in 10 hours that he don't already have on all the other ones. No support that in order for him to have 21,000 views that's maybe valuable because he's talking about you, that would mean that it's very hard for him to get up to 21,000 views on a clip from last week, on a clip from the week before, on a clip a week from before that, or days before, or days ago. If he was to go down and scroll down, because he cutting it off because he want to have a narrative. And that's stupid. Even in this video, you can see, even in this video, if I see this video to the right, it says fumble over 40 million is crazy. Shannon Sharp. And it's just a video about maybe Shannon Sharp lost 40 million viewers or some stuff like that. I mean, for $40 million. Whatever that is, whoever fumbled over $40 million is crazy. So maybe somebody else messed up $40 million or something, but he did a reaction video to it. That, you know what I mean? And that's the one that's 8,000. But he got other videos. If you scroll down, you'll see they got 40,000 views, 20,000 views, all this, 36,000 views, 100,000 views and stuff like that. I didn't mean to get sidetracked on that. I apologize. I got mixed up with something. My point of it is this little cutting that he did, this little shaping and boxing keeps his narrative to where he wants it to be. That he needed, that look, him talking about me is giving him viewers because my face is on that on the screen. People don't know that's you if they never met you before. People don't know that's you because the title of the show is called "Nobody Stole His Style." He's bad business. Anton Daniels. That's what Anton Daniels labeled the actual episode in the clip. Because he cuts it from the Millionaire Morning Show. So it's actually a part where he was talking about Tommy Sotomayor. Nobody stole his style. Who is his? He's bad business. Who is he? Even Anton's doing a gray area thing to not give validation to Tommy Sotomayor. So he's not using Tommy Sotomayor's name just so he won't be able to say, okay, you driving the audience because people want to know who I'm talking about or who I'm, you get what I'm saying? Or people will see your name in there and they will click on, your people will click on this video because they see your name there. People got to find it and find the conversation that I'm having about you in order for them to find that video. So my point of it is, and I didn't mean to get so sidetracked with this, but the point of it is both of them are doing such a great area conversation instead of just conversating. That's why the situation and nature and the nature of their personalities and they followers and people that are actually viewers of Tommy on his platform, that's part of his bag chaser, that's part of his ecosystem, they actually kind of egging him and keep mentioning him, and he's valuing a person that's mentioning him that's in his bag chaser and his membership, and he said, okay, I guess I gotta respond to this guy, and that's why he end up interacting and talking about Tommy and why he don't engage with him and all that other stuff, because it's the gray area of both of their conversations. So Tommy Sotomayor is already in error by saying that he's bringing viewers to Anton's platform when it's effortless for Anton videos to go over 21,000 views.
Who's that video he's talking about in that video? Well, that's me. That's this video we're about to review. And look at the numbers. 21K. 2K, 9K, 21K. Well, you could say, maybe that just jumped up. No. Let's go to
and if he's going to review that video, he's not going to get after Anton said, I'm like you, and you telling me that I bite your style? I'm fresher than you. And all the crazy stuff that he said after that, he's not going to get that context if he reviews this 28-minute video. Let's see.
this one. This video has 8.6K. 7 hours after before my video. Well, let's look at the one before that. 14K, 20 hours. 14K, 3K, 16K. You had to go to this one to get that one to be above what I've done. Now you gotta ask.
No, keep going down. Keep nope. See,
numbers make those numbers.
See that. When he start to see the numbers go up, now his narrative change, and he tried to like talk crazy shit. But no, go down.
His fans said remember, he wasn't supposed to be doing any videos about me. He said it. His fans saying, How did my numbers make those numbers jump? Now he got.
See, when he scrolled down and he seen the 14 views. And these are hours later, and these are cutting from clips that he already these are full episodes. These are like Millionaire Morning shows that's like 2 hours long, and he's cutting up to 14 minutes and 19 minutes and 12 minutes and 16 minutes and 17 minutes, 26 minutes and all that other stuff. And he's just cutting it. So it didn't even tell you how many eyeballs the conversation or the clip that the interaction that he's having has done. But even when he does it as a standalone, these are 20 hours later. These are a day later, 1 day or 2 days later. And if you go 2 days later, you will see something that will be something that he posted 10 hours ago or 20 hours ago, go from 14 up to 58 views in a day. And it's averaging that stuff in 59,000 views, 38,000 views. And if he kept going down, you would start seeing those numbers. And he stopped because he knew if he kept scrolling down, he would see that he averages pretty much over like 21,000. He's going to easily do that.
Gotta ask yourself. If
See, he goes up.
Mean anything,
and I'm gonna go back to how he articulates it, because this is that gray area. This is that full of shit.
And look at the numbers.
And you can't have to stay objective is so hard for people, even the freedom fighters. It's so hard.
21K, 2K, 9K, 21K. Well, you could say maybe that just jumped up. No. Let's go to this one. This video has 8.6K, 7 hours before my video. Well, let's look at the one before that. 14K, 20 hours, 14K, 3K, 16K. You had to go to this one to get that one to be above what I've done. Now you got to ask yourself, if I don't mean anything,
it's ridiculous. You don't mean nothing to his platform, dude. You're not. If your point is 21,000 views is something that is a rarity for him, his other actual episodes show that is not a rarity. He's kind of doing those numbers. So the ones that went 58,000 views. Obviously, if that went 58,000 views in 20 hours, then it went half of that at the least in 10 hours. So that would mean that it went 25,000 views or 28,000 views in 10 hours. And that would kind of match your 21,000 views in 10 hours. Your point is irrelevant and it's debunked. And even in your own presentation that I'm going off of, you got debunked in your own point. To make this point is stupid, dude. And you delegitimize and you actually, how can I say, you contradict yourself.
Remember, he wasn't supposed to be doing any videos about me. He said it. His fans said he's too important and rich to do a video about me. Now let's hear what he said in his video.
He streams on Rumble. All right, let me share my screen really quickly. Because I said I'm not even going to look at this. I'm going to just watch it in real time and I'm going to see what the sentiment is.
Like Latif on week 7.
I'll give you an example. Let's say hypothetically. Okay, let me give y'all.
Question, how is it this millionaire, how did he let this bumbling fat fool from Portugal even talk him into doing this video? Number one.
Because he may have seen your video that you did with him reacting to Mark Lamont Hill, from Mark Lamont Hill and Joe Budden reacting to his interview with Brian McKnight, and he's seen that the video you just jumped and instigated yourself into, where you criticize him not calling you out or allowing you to come on the platform, or you're not debating him and he's kind of running away from you, whatever you did. He decided, you know what, I'm gonna let Fatty ask me whatever he want to ask me, and Fatty obviously is in a beef with you. He knows that. Fatty brings him up, acting like you can ask me anything, which he kind of knew that most likely the premise of of Tommy Sotomayor will come up in the conversation with Fatty, and they just went amok and stuff like that. So it's all to kind of like propagandize or make content for making money and all the other stuff, and he just couldn't turn it down. Plus, he's probably in the back end of his supporters and stuff. They probably asking a lot about Tommy Sotomayor and your comments about him, and that he needs to react to it. And he feels like in his manhood or the platform that he built, he cannot allow it to go unanswered. So he communicated about it. That's why he's talking about it, or he allowing this mind fucked up a way to talk about it.
Number 2, if you were going to respond to me, why is it you didn't just, at that point, it's just regular tea with Crown Royal. Why is it you didn't just talk to me this time? Since you talked to Fatty about me, now you're going to review the video, which you should have reviewed before you talked to Fatty about me, which makes no sense, because in my video I said, why didn't you just review the video where you could have then knew exactly what I said? Now you're watching it, but how do you know what I said?
Some context. I always like to check in with the people that came up under me. So I put a lot of people on, a whole lot of people on in this space. And a lot of people have gotten their inspiration. A lot of people got their motion, or a lot of people just got their ideas from me. So that's not uncommon. You know, I'm the big homie, similar to what I was talking to y'all about. I'm the big homie. I'm the inspiration. I'm the person that also give advice. And so I check in with the people that, you know, came in up under me or whatever.
Y'all hear this? So I'm wrong for saying what I obviously these people stole from me, but this man sits up here and say they stole from him. And none of the people who follow him say that he's right. Well, maybe he's wrong. Nobody said, hey, we didn't steal from you. We just had the same ideas you had. He's the big homie. A lot of people steal from him and come underneath him. Yeah, it looked like some people come underneath you and come over you too.
Fatty is Fight Club alum. Him, Ali. It's a lot of people that I connected with that are doing well. And
Okay, I'll say something about that, because obviously it's a stupid, sexualized this joke about somebody coming on, whatever, all that stupid stuff. It's ridiculous. Like I don't even know what this video is gonna be about if that's how we gonna start, where you can't turn around what he's saying. This is your chance. When you're doing a reaction video, you're reacting in bringing something to the table in the conversation of what somebody has said, and you're reacting to it because you have a premise of something to enlighten people on to what was said. That's the whole point of you needing to react to it, to show a point of view that was not presented in what was communicated or what was presented. I'm doing a reaction to Anton Daniels that he did not, a perception that he did not bring to the table when he communicated. So I'm enlightening his viewers, or my viewers, or whoever may ever watch this video. I'm enlightening them on what was communicated and what was underneath the context of it. And so I'm doing the same to Tommy Sotomayor. But Tommy, your job is to analyze what he is saying and give some validity, give some opposition communication or research or whatever, in order to bring a narrative to his point of view that he is not presenting in his presentation. And if you're not going to do that, then you're going to be out of context and illegitimate also in your rhetoric. But let's see.
Trying to build their platforms, and they doing what it is that they do. And
God, I wish they had never taught you niggas 2 words: entrepreneur and platform.
More commercial. Sorry about
This is my
this.
face at 60. No makeup, no filter.
Just one aloe vera trick every single day.
See, it's like it's these con job commercials.
Because niggas overuse both of them. Entrepreneur and platform all day. All day. Yeah, entrepreneur, platform. Hey, Light Joker, aren't you supposed to be? Didn't you give me a cease and desist? Light Joker, didn't you give me a cease and desist? This person named Light Joker sent me a cease and desist letter.
I'm gonna skip over him talking about his chat. It's ridiculous.
And didn't even fill it out. I'm not lying about you. Meanwhile, it says scrolling across the screen, 60% off. Fight. Right, rage bait. He just doesn't care. You're defaming me. You ran. How did I run? You told them people you stepped on my face and you left. Did you not say that? Let's see if he'll be honest and say that. Sir, when I was talking to you, didn't you leave in mid-conversation and say...
He's talking to his chat about some crazy stuff. Somebody punched him or whatever the hell happened. I'm fast forwarding through this. That's good because it means I don't got to stay here that long talking about it.
And they... Gonna email me and tell...
A lot of him interacting with this guy on his chat.
Okay, I checked in, I got this, and so this is the reason that I'm doing it. So occasionally I'll tap in, and if I see it's not too much going on, I'll check on their streams, or I'll even jump on a panel for like 10, 15 minutes, and then I'm back to work because, you know, that's just what you're supposed to do. You're always supposed to check in on the people that you got good energy for. So that's the logic behind this, right? That's the logic behind me pulling up and kicking it with Fatty, all right?
That doesn't make any sense. Do y'all see that? First off, all this man does, and a lot of these people do, is just sit here and tell lies. That's what he did. You know, because I'm the big homie, and the big homie. Anytime you refer to yourself as the big homie, you're a clown. You ain't nobody's big homie, and you wasn't nobody's big homie before the internet. Where's the little homies you got in real life? You was the big homie, ain't never been no around, but now you've gone, I went to check in on him, and somehow you got to talking about me. Let me tell you what a millionaire move would be. You wouldn't have had anything to say about me. And you damn sure wouldn't have now made a video about me after that video, when you just went to check on the little homie. The little homie. I wish
what he's lying about.
The little homie.
But didn't he just say that he lying and stuff like that? What is he lying about? Because he's a rich man and he comment about you? No, his super chat is probably asking, his Patreon membership is probably asking about the comment and why he's not responding to the comments that you're doing. And then you make an actual standalone video to a context that he was having with Mark Lamont Hill. And then Fatty kind of interjects him into the conversation of the interview, the podcast that they were doing, and then you reacted to that video. He coming out and talking about you and responding to you right now because he said, hey, I need to clear this out why I don't engage or why I don't interact with him, because you're gonna mess up my money. And under no circumstances would I mess up my money. So that's why he's communicating to you. Where is he lying about? So that's another thing that Tommy brought up that got no context to it, and it doesn't have any purpose or validation in conversation of reacting to this video.
And I'm all of 40-something. Little homie.
Right, so this is apparently Tommy reacting to me having a conversation with Fatty, and Fatty asked me a series of questions. I guess him and Tommy Sotomayor have been beefing, or
you guess
they've been going.
Yeah,
back
he
and
knows.
forth.
He knows.
Don't really know what that is. Whatever.
He knows, but I'm not going to say that's fact because you can't say that's fact. I'm pretty sure he knows. It's an assumption, and it's my speculation also that Fatty and him kind of communicated about the premise of him possibly mentioning Tommy Sotomayor because of their personal or previous engagement or negativity, or even just that clip that Tommy made about his comments against Joe Budden and them and Mark Lamont Hill. That's my speculation. But I kind of think he knows about, Fatty and Tommy Sotomayor's beef. I'm pretty sure they know. But at the same time, that's our speculation. It's not factual, so you can't say he lied. What is your context in reacting to this video?
Then you wouldn't have interjected. You would have, every time he dissed me, you wouldn't have said a word. You would have said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Y'all listen to this lie. If somebody comes to you and is telling you what somebody who you don't know and didn't hear them say it yourself, if they keep on telling you, man, they're like he's mad at you because you're on YouTube and he's not. You say, well, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna let this play, and then I might screw back. Let me just go grab something real quick. Let it play out.
I would have to hear what you're saying this person said. Otherwise, I'm engaging in a whole lot of weird conjecture. And I'm a millionaire, and I don't do that. I'm a boss, and I don't do that. I didn't come here for that, little homie. I came to check up on you, little homie. I came to see how you was doing, little homie. You would have even wondered why your little homie had to go get the big homie to address me. Because the little fat homie apparently couldn't get his way.
So Fatty asked me a series of questions with regard to Tommy, because apparently Tommy is feeling some type of way, and he keeps calling me out. So I'm going to go ahead and...
Tommy keeps calling him out. Listen to the lie. Keeps calling him out. I made a 3-minute video about this man. I keep calling him out. And in the video, I said, it's strange that you're going to tell somebody else they a punk because they want to dress you. But then you sit up there and y'all, not only that, but I didn't do anything wrong to him. I was in the comment section like everybody else was in his comment section. Blocked me. Went to his... And I'm a millionaire, and I don't do that. I'm a boss, and I don't do that. I didn't come here for that, little homie. I came to check up on you, little homie. I came to see how you was doing, little homie. You would have even wondered why your little homie had to go get the big homie to address me. Because the little fat homie apparently couldn't get his...
And that's a good point. And that's what I'm saying about saying something that don't hold up to scrutiny or hold up to what's obvious, most likely the outcome. If Fatty is in like asking you a question and then it end up being a negative situation towards the person, negative situation at the person he's asking you about, you clear yourself from that and say, hey, man, look, I don't know why he's like that. And I think that's what Anton did. But at the same time, to keep engaging in it for about 15 minutes or so, or 20 minutes or so, however long that was, it was because it had a purpose for him. Anton Daniels is a smart man. So if he's allowing him to conversate about him for a long period of time, if they're conversating about Tommy Sotomayor for a long period of time, then it was a purpose for that. So that's the situation. And look, like I said, we don't know what's inside of Fatty's head or Anton's head. So, but it gives validity not validity. It just gives purpose to say that it was a purpose for you to keep talking about him. It's not like it was something that he kind of roped you in and you had no interest in it. You had interest in it. But to clear the air too, because Tommy put a foot in his mouth talking crazy about you from a comment that had nothing to do with interaction that had nothing to do with Tommy, but Tommy got old feelings about you blocking him from his thing, and he thinking that you stole his stuff, so he's kind of interjected himself into a conversation that got nothing to do with you. So now, Tommy, you got to be a little bit more substantial about and give substance to why you reacting to this video instead of innuendo, insults, and just overhanded comments to just be like a girl, just saying outlandish stuff about him that has no purpose in intelligence or strategic chess moves and all that other stuff. It just sounds like you just like a bitter, angry child.
Get his way.
So Fatty asked me a series of questions with regard to Tommy, because apparently Tommy is feeling some type of way, and he keeps calling me out. So I'm going to go ahead and...
Tommy keeps calling him out. Listen to the lie.
That's true.
Keeps calling him out. I made a 3-minute video about this man. I keep calling him out.
Yeah, but come on. Tommy, I watch you all the time. I watch every episode you have. Yes, I'm maybe about 6 months behind or something. I don't know. But I know specific moments that you said something about Anton Daniels and you calling him out. You always been calling him out. Even to interject yourself into the 3-minute video was a major, major call out. So if you wasn't doing it months before or years before, you definitely did enough on that video to call him out to the point of if it was years that you needed to call him out. So you are calling him out.
And in the video, I said, it's strange that you're going to tell somebody else they a punk because they want to dress you. But then you sit up there and y'all, not only that, but I didn't do anything wrong to him. I was in the comment section like everybody else was in his comment section. Blocked me. Went to his Instagram. What's up, bro?
And
Love
now
to have you on my show. Got blocked.
And now you, yeah. And Tom was passive aggressive about that. He said, I don't know, maybe the mods or somebody else confused you, or maybe I confused you. I thought you was some fake person on there, and we didn't know that was you, or I didn't know that was you, or maybe my mods, or maybe I kind of blocked you because I thought somebody was fake. No, Anton meant to block him. Because under no circumstances, I don't want to engage with you. I don't want to interact with you because you're going to mess up my bag. And I am a total loyalist to YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So it's ridiculous. It's just gray area, passive aggressive communication is just ridiculous.
At that point, I said,
but Tommy, you called him out.
Well, that's a weird thing. I've never said anything about him. I don't know him. I was in your comment section. I didn't cuss you out. I didn't say a word. When I was in his comment section, ladies and gentlemen, you know what I did? I asked for the link so I could come up there and talk to him on the subject that they were talking about. Got blocked.
Yeah.
Address this one time for all, and then hopefully he can get some insight so that he can feel a little bit differently, because I don't want no problems. I don't want no beef. I love everybody. You know what I'm saying? But let's get to it. I'm sitting on a panel that I'm not usually on because I don't really even do anything, no panels at all. But let's say hypothetically that I'm sitting on a panel and some.
That is a beautiful thing you just said. If Anton was all about success and the things he said, and I see you, Jason, I'm gonna let you up here in a second, and anybody else that want to come, I'll let you guys up here as well.
Yes, I've been on Lapeef Network a few times. Go look up Lapeef and then put my name up. You can see they put up clips of me being on their show. If Anton was really a success, he would not waste his time having this low IQ conversation. And as a matter of fact, I've been on Lapeef a few times. So how could Anton say he don't know me when I've been on there when they were small and he was there?
Okay, so Tommy is on this crusade and this campaign to...
I'm on a crusade and a campaign from a 3-minute video.
Stop acting like you're not going all over the place and you're not going on your show on every single time talking about people not acknowledging your actual how can I say your input to podcasting, the manosphere, red pill, the conversation of relationship dynamics, culture dynamics, and everything like that. Quit acting like you're not on a crusade to why people are not respecting you and your value to the platforms. So calm down. And plus, you called him out, and you took a lot to call him out like that. Don't act like that 3-minute video was something small. You wanted to be called out. You wanted them to acknowledge you, and for him to make this video to put you in your place, or at the same time have a statement to you that you're reacting to his final thing. Because I don't think he commented about you after this.
I'm on a crusade and a campaign from a 3-minute video. And as a matter of fact, you see how what I said, the first thing he heard made sense. This is a low IQ conversation you're having with this man. And if you're boss and all this stuff you say you were, you wouldn't have got sucked into it. Now I'm on a crusade.
Say, Anton know me. Why is he acting like he don't know me? Because Fatty asked me a question.
If you've been wearing glasses for years, this one tiny
It's
mistake
ridiculous.
your eyesight keeps getting worse.
It's
This is the
ridiculous.
I said, what's going on?
Rumble, man, y'all got some work to do, man. Like crazy, fake, like spam commercials that people click on, and then it's a drama. Ridiculous.
On with you and Tommy, and I said, I don't know him. Now, there's a difference between knowing of somebody and being familiar with somebody and actually knowing them. Here's the context. I'm going to talk directly to you, Tommy, since you want to ask the questions, and I'm going to give you some clarification.
You're going to talk directly to me on a damn video in which you made that somebody had to tell me.
Yeah, this is all he gonna talk to you for, dude. You're not gonna mess up his bag. And if you play this all the way through, you'll get it. But you should have probably went to his Millionaire Morning Show and do the full context of what he got to say about you. But look, let's stick with this.
You made it. You're not talking directly to me. You could
Yes, he is.
talk directly to me.
Yes, he is. Because your comment
on your show, or you've been on other people's show.
Your
Y'all
comment,
see how childish and unadult like this is.
You're commenting on his video. He's talking to you
with somebody, and y'all been watching me for years. Guess what I said? Anytime somebody wanted to have something to say to me, I'll say it to them directly.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
I'll say it to them directly. And as a matter of fact, y'all remember that was the last discussion I had with Tazariot. They asked, why did I have this conversation? Simple. Why did I want you here during the conversation? Simple. Because I'd rather have the conversation with you, not back and forth. Not with your fans, not addressing what your fans said. I'd rather address you. It didn't work out, but
I know of you. I have never developed or built a personal relationship with you. I have never had a conversation with you. I have never interviewed you. I have never emailed you. I've never actually talked to you personally, okay? I can be familiar with a lot of people, but it doesn't mean that I know them. I'm in a place right now to where, oh yeah, I know who you are. I have an idea of pretty much a lot of what you talk about and what you do.
no, you said on that show You had no idea what it is because I'm not on YouTube, is what you said. You said you have no idea what it is because I'm not on YouTube. You don't know what I talk about because I'm not on YouTube. You only consume things that are on YouTube. That's what you said. You didn't say, I've heard of him. You didn't say that. Right. So he's using word salad now that he's been caught.
It's very semantic. I don't know about being caught, but
I have Fresh's number. I have Myron's number. I have Brian's number. I have several different athletes' number. I have Charleston's number. I have a personal relationship with them. I know them in real life.
I got a lot of people's phone number. That don't mean I have a personal relationship with them. Y'all hear this stupid crap? I have Fresh's number. I have Myron's number. I have Brian's number. I have a lot of athletes' numbers. I have athletes' feet. I have a personal relationship with them. I got a lot of people's phone number. I don't have no personal relationship with them because I got their number. We do business. They come on my show. I go on theirs. I got Pearl's number. I don't have a personal relationship with her. This doesn't make sense. I don't know who Brian is. He said it like I guess his people know. But them athletes.
I kick it with them in real life. I have conversations with them in real life. Do I know of you? Of course I know of you. Do I know you? I don't know you. I have never had a conversation with you. So much so to where he's mentioning Lapeef and he's saying, yep, I was on a panel on Lapeef a couple different times and Anton was there. That's true. But guess what? He's never talked to me.
That's true. Now, remember when I was saying all this stuff and all of Antoine's fans was talking about some Anton, why am I calling him Antoine? Anton, his fans were hollering, I'm making things up. That's true. Army Vet said he sounds like a woman denying she had sex with a guy, even though they were seen coming out of the same hotel room. No, she'll say, I didn't know him. She'll say, I had sex with him, but I didn't know him.
Right.
That's what women do. They play word salad when they're caught. You said know him, Tommy. I don't know him. Just had sex. But I don't know him.
JR, who was my partner in the Lapeef network at the time that I was over there, JR is the person that did all of the recruiting. He found all of the people, similarly to how Q does all of the recruiting, and she finds everybody that appears on a Monday night show. My responsibilities over there were completely different from his responsibilities. Part of his responsibilities is to gather the talent to have conversations on the platform. So I showed up to talk on a platform. I did not show up and recruit you to come on the platform. And I'm gonna get it.
And when did I say you recruited me? Who remembers I said he recruited me? If you know that my argument was you kept trying to pretend you do not know of me because I ain't on YouTube, I said, but you knew me from, all you had to do was listen to what I said, and all you would do was argue that, and you'd say, oh, there's the misunderstanding. Even if that was a misunderstanding, you claim it was, or you claim it is, you would simply say, he didn't say anything wrong. He meaning me. He didn't say anything wrong. He never said that Anton got me specific to be on here. All I said was, how can he say he doesn't know me when we were on there? How can he say he don't know of me because I ain't on YouTube when I was on YouTube on that show with him? That was it.
Into that in a minute of why I haven't recruited you or did an interview with you or worked with you. I'm going to address that shortly. But for whatever reason, he wants to really get this visibility to say, how don't he know me? How do he know me? Yes, I know of you, right? But I do not know you in real life.
And you mean to tell me I was arguing that you did know me in real life? That's what I was trying to tell people?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so let's address this live stream. Brooklyn Kennedy says, hypocrite Mark Hill said the same about you, bozo.
Thank you.
But here's the difference.
Huh? Somebody in the comments said, hypocrite Mark Hill said the same thing about you, bozo. And look what he does. But here's the difference. What's the difference?
You got to listen to him.
You claim I went on a crusade. Your video about Mark Lamont Hill was longer than mine about you.
You got to listen to him. Play it.
And here's what's funny. They won't stop and then say, okay, nope. Just like women, here's the difference. So let's hear it. Maybe there is a difference.
Mark Lamont Hill and his team reached out to me to do an interview, which is one of the reasons why I actually showed the receipts for that.
Just like Lapeef and his team reached out. That don't make sense either.
Yeah,
Mark Lamont Hill didn't reach out to you.
I have never reached out to Tommy to have a personal conversation.
Yeah, but Lapeef, your partner, and that was your that was your company. I didn't even think about that. Wow. But Lapeef, you got to understand, Lapeef, the Lapeef network was Anton and this other guy's show. They were pretty much doing a show. The guy would never have went to Tommy Sotomayor and said, I'm gonna invite Tommy Sotomayor on the show unless he had a conversation with Anton about bringing him on the show. So at that time, Tommy was pretty much okay with Tommy being on the Lapeef show. Otherwise, they would have had a beef because that was his show. That was his show. That's Tommy. I mean, that was Anton's show. The Lapeef network was Anton's show. Anton left it and said, hey, you can have this shit. I'm gonna show you that I can do this without you. But they was partners. It was 50-50 on that. So there's no way that guy would have invited Tommy on without Anton. And then if he invited Tommy on with Anton there and Anton was part of the panel, still with him in there, he knew why he was there. And that technically means that you okayed the people that deal with bringing people on the show to go bring them on there, mean that you knew of him or you did. Your platform recruited him. Like Mark Lamont Hill's assistant recruited you, would try to recruit you to come onto the platform. So, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Turned Mark
Nor did Mark Lamont Hill never reach out to you. His team did.
Lamont Hill and his team down when they were reaching out.
Why does using vinegar this way erase
Boy, these crazy commercials.
If you do this vinegar trick on your face
to me to do an interview.
So if you turn them down, why would you be turned around trying to get him to debate you? That don't make sense.
So if you say that, if Mark Lamont Hill volunteers his opinion and says, I don't even know who that is. Who is he? Who is he? Well, that would be hypocritical because...
No, it isn't. Listen to what he just said. He said his team's job is to supply the talent. His job is to talk when they get up there. So it's not hypocritical when he says he doesn't know you, because his team supplies the talent. Do y'all hear this crap?
Yeah.
And none of Mark and
yeah, that's a contradiction. Or it's actually puts Anton at a place where he contextually didn't be logical. Because if it's his partner's talent to bring the people onto the show, and then he reacts to it. You wouldn't. I feel it's no way that his partner did tell him. Tommy ain't no person that you just bring it onto a panel because you got to fill the panel. Tommy is like a celebrity. He's like somebody that's known in the industry, movies and everybody know who Tommy Sotomayor is, industry wise. So if at this time where Anton was on Lapeef show, that was a big get. That was a big recruitment. That was a big, oh my God, Tommy's gonna show up. It's no way that Lapeef, the other guy, didn't tell Anton, and that's his company and that's his platform, that he had this guy coming onto the platform. So I know that for sure. Most likely it's the outcome of that. So at least Anton did know about Tommy's recruitment onto the platform for the panel. Now, as Mark Lamont Hill, I'm sure his assistant communicated with him about bringing a big name like Anton Daniels onto his platform. So he would have had to have a conversation about that. So it's pretty much the same situation there. And that's pretty interesting that, look, okay, I asked for him to be substantial, bring substance to the argument of why he's reacting to this video. And he is.
And none of Anton Daniels fans will call that out?
Yeah.
Sir, Mark Lamont Hill can definitely not know you because his team reached out to you.
If you're saying that your partner on Lapeef can recruit you and you didn't know about him, if that's valid, then it could be valid on opposite ends. And I just don't think that's valid at all. I don't know what point Tommy making, but because that's stupid, it's not valid, and it's common sense would tell you. Of course, a big name like Tommy Sotomayor coming on the Lapeef show that had no value in the broad spectrum of the industry, big, because Tommy Sotomayor is known by movie stars and history, really. So it's not the same. You at that time where you got it on the Lapeef show, that's a big name. You and your partner had talked about that. We know that. It's common sense. You want to say you didn't? Okay, we'll go with that. Just like Lamont Hill, it's just very rare that his assistant wouldn't have told him about a big name like Anton Daniels coming onto that platform. So this is where it gets crazy.
Jesse Waters didn't know me. His team put me on. Jesse Waters didn't know you. Bill Maher has said plenty of times that they will bring on those guests that are podcasters, and he has no idea who they are. They book those people because they're supposed to be interesting. That's it. Somebody tell me if I'm lying. I want one person to tell me if I told any lie. Or matter of fact, he just said what it was. He said, when I was over on Lapeef, he said, I had nothing to do with booking you. He said, whoever that person was booked you. I'm just there. He also said in his own show, somebody else books them people. He doesn't know them.
Yep.
Because why are you reaching out to me to talk to me? Or at the very least, why is your team reaching out to me versus me saying I don't know you because I've never had a personal conversation with you?
This is insane.
Yeah, the semantics is messy. Yeah.
Mark Lamont Hill had never had a personal conversation with you. And y'all let niggas, because you like them, y'all let them get away with lies. Thank you, Kiki. Y'all let them get away with saying something you wouldn't let the person you don't like get away with. Even if you like Anton, you should be able to say, well, that doesn't make any sense, sir.
Yeah. So when we having this conversation, I want y'all to put y'all thinking hats on. I want you to look at the context and understand, look for understanding instead of looking to debate. When you have understanding, you can start to filter through to get the context as to why somebody is saying something. If somebody reaches out to me and then later says, well, wait a minute, I don't even know who that is. Who is this guy? It's a difference between knowing who somebody is and knowing them. All right?
Christ.
So it's a false
Yeah.
equivalent. It's not the same. It doesn't line up.
It's terrible semantics, though, man. To use that argument is a low IQ, and it's bad for even your persona of just being a man, that you would even do some word salad, some woman munjo, like just some crappy way of talking. Like, who talks like that? Know of you, know you. That's wow. Wow. To even have this argument is stupid.
I know who he is. Let me do it real slow for the people in the back. Do I know who he is? Yes. Do I know him personally? No. Mark Lamont Hill specifically, in your example, did he know who I was? Yes. Did he lie about knowing who I was? He later admitted, yeah, I know who he was, whatever, so on and so forth. And it was very difficult for him to debate otherwise, because why is his team reaching out to me in order to get an interview? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, so now that we put that part to rest, and again, this is no hate. I'm not dissing. I don't have anything negative about him whatsoever. All right? I don't have anything negative whatsoever, but I'm just giving insight. Okay. All right. Well, listen, keep your $2. We cool. We cool. Keep your $2. And we're going to go ahead and fix that.
He mad because they told him to shut up and quit lying. Somebody named Infrared TV wrote, Anton's a good liar. He got mad because somebody, so that's on mine. He got mad because that person called him out.
Right now. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you for the $4. All right. Now, let's continue to get on with it. I'm going to just address a couple different things so we can put this to rest.
And blocked him because they said he was lying and they sent money. This is the stupidest crap in the world. But again, they say this to try and irritate you. Niggas.
No, I'm not beefing with anybody. I'm just giving some clarification because for whatever reason, he feels as though he needs to be acknowledged.
The whole job is to try and irritate you. I get it.
Comes at me. I wouldn't care. I want y'all to be very clear. Stop asking, am I beefing with him? I'm not beefing with him. I have never had a conversation, nor have I had a disagreement with somebody to beef with them.
If that's what you're saying, then you wouldn't have allowed Fatty to have a post on his show while you were there calling it beef.
Right. That's
You would have
correct.
said, I don't think he has any beef with me either. And you would say, in this video, I said, I ain't no beef with him.
Yeah, it's just that gray area thing that I tell you guys about, where it's so much to the persona that you're not dotting I's, crossing T's, and making sure that decisions are made, things stand for what they stand for, and everything is actually in absolution. Is what it is, and it's what it's not. And by leaving it a gray area where people can kind of phrase things for clicks and bait and all the other stuff, and you look at it as like, I know why he did that. He was just trying to get some clickbait and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna mess with his money and all that stuff. You go into this world that if you're dealing with black and white people, or people put interact with you in a black and white scenario, you the way you articulate yourself around it will be bullshit, and it will be not as logical as if it is what it is. That's the problem with this gray area stuff. The way that he's articulating himself, the way that Tommy's articulating himself, the points that he's making, the points that Tommy's making, for some reason there's so much gray area bullshit in it because no one wants to be truly black and white. Make decisions. It is what it is. It's not what it's not. And that's the problem here.
I said, this fat dude lied about it. Your video should have been simple. Fatty brought me into a beef I wasn't in, and from listening to what this man said, he ain't beefing with me either. He made one video, just like I did about Mark Lamont Hill. And if I can make videos about Mark Lamont Hill and NBA players and all of that, why would I think this man can't do the same thing? He didn't call out my wife. He didn't call out my looks.
He didn't do any of that. He just called out that I blocked him. And I don't remember blocking him. Maybe my people did. I don't think I did. But Fatty done made it a beef that don't exist. That's what you would have said.
And he did say that on this one. That's what, like, he's gonna see that he did say that on this one. And so you just made a point to say that this is what he should have said. He did say it on this one. He should have said it at the time of doing the interview, but maybe he didn't gather his thoughts about it, and maybe he's kind of looking at it in a bird's eye view more now, and that's why he communicated that. But he said that. He said exactly what Tommy just said.
Millionaire man.
I'm not beefing with him. I'm giving clarification because apparently he feels some type of way, and he has a misunderstanding of what it means to know somebody versus know of somebody.
But you
I don't have the oomph in me to fight back, I guess.
But that's what I'm saying. You're too comfortable, and it's fine. Hey, I want that comfortable.
I'm not comfortable. I am more driven than I've ever been before. Like literally. I am more I'm in the studio right now, and it's 10:51 p.m.
No.
Eastern on a
There's
Saturday night.
There's not that type of comfortable.
I am absolutely driven more than I've ever been before.
Anton, it's not that type of comfortable. Is like when you're on the penthouse and like there's some video on Patreon. I was like, but it's difficult for us to.
You're gonna clap back. No, I don't listen. It wasn't about him. It was leveraging the visibility to continue to siphon.
It was about siphon we do, because that's what.
I want to get to the thick of it.
Wow, he just cut, man.
Yeah.
I made a point right there. He cut that right off.
Yeah.
When I was saying, how can they be mad at me if I'm doing exactly what you just said? It's about siphoning off somebody else's followers. Wow.
I don't want to just
Somebody tell me if I'm lying. He did with Mark Lamont Hill. And then he just tried to get people to watch him. That is literally what he did with Mark Lamont Hill.
Okay, so let me give some more clarification. Me and Mark Lamont Hill are not the same because I'm much more visible, I'm much bigger, and I do way more views than Mark Lamont Hill could ever dream of in his lifetime.
God!
All right. So when we're saying that, it wasn't Mark Lamont Hill that brought the visibility, it was Joe Budden. Mark Lamont Hill was a worker, okay? Mark Lamont Hill is working for Joe Budden's network. Mark Lamont Hill and bringing me up on Joe Budden's network is meaningful. Leveraging Mark Lamont Hill so that I can use Joe Budden is a completely different conversation than that's exactly what he did for Mark Lamont Hill. It's not the same. It's not the same. Again, if I wanted to leverage...
Hey, Newbie said he's Donald Rumsfeld with the word no. Y'all, this is insane what he's doing.
Mark Lamont Hill, then I would have just did the interview when they reached out to me to go on the platform. I wasn't interested because it didn't.
If you've been wearing glasses for years,
stupid commercials, disgusting, dumb commercials. Man, Rumble, y'all got a man, dude. Yeah, I guess you monetize off of it. That's how y'all make your money with these weird, crazy, ridiculous commercials that are just like, it's almost like it's like the black web commercials or something. So weird.
It's more people know Mark Lamont Hill than know fucking Anton Daniels. Like, this is insane that he would even say this.
Give a fuck about Mark Lamont Hill. And that's no shot at Mark Lamont Hill.
How can you say that's not a shot? But I already comment on mine. I already comment on that. So he got to stop doing that. It's no shot on Mark Lamont Hill. It's no diss. It is. And just keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it as a diss. Don't mention it's not. And it's a backhanded comment. And it is a diss. It is a disrespect. It is a dislike or whatever you want to say. It's just ridiculous.
I hope he continue to be successful, and I hope he do whatever it is that he do.
But I don't look at Mark Lamont Hill as an equal. I look at Mark Lamont Hill as a stepping stone. You see what I'm saying? So, again, I'm doing this to provide clarification. I'm not doing this to diss. I'm just giving insight.
You are doing it to diss.
And then he just said out of his own mouth, that's what he did against an NBA player. So why are they talking?
Again, we're not talking about Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin is a stepping stone because I now have a relationship with Gilbert Arenas. And of course, I already have a relationship with Kwame Brown. I like Gil's Arena because Gil's Arena does numbers. I don't care about Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin was a one-time stepping stone so that you can continue to do more content and leverage the relationships that you have that are much higher than that.
Is crazy.
And so it's strategy. And maybe, you know, you can get a little bit of insight so that you can learn how to move appropriately when it comes to who your targets are and who your opponents are.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it seems like you just...
And this is the point that I made on one that when I did this whole review of this video, I did my review of this video like Tommy is doing. I did my review. And the truth of the matter is he thinks because I guess Tommy don't wear flashy stuff. He can go on to like hit up Gucci. He could. Like Tommy literally can go and probably spend about a bag. He could probably spend about $300,000 on Gucci if that's what's his thing, and not really be hurt by it. You know what I mean? So everything you got, your hat, your glasses, to whatever you got, Gucci you got, he could buy the same exact thing on one spurt of pay him. I know it. He's not a fashion person. So that's what you're saying. That's why he looks like, you know, a trucker or something, because he's just not a fashion person. You know what I mean? But if he was, he probably would have the same thing that you got. So it's not that he doesn't know how to do business. It's just he's a little risque in his business that you would decide that you're not going to put that kind of risk to your platform and your business. But he actually built on the first podcast he did, the first stuff what he did on the internet was already setting the tone. I'm risky like this. It's just that the industry changed and they start regulating freedom of speech, and so he was still doing the same thing he was doing. It just they decided to approach on his speech, and that's why he's getting all the kind of banning from platforms and different stuff like that. So he can kind of go do the same like visual, like, you know, clout type of purchases and Rolex and all that crazy stuff. He could probably do the same thing. He probably does have it. He just don't wear it on his platform.
Punching in the wind.
And every one of them, and this is what I've been telling you, this is why I don't like niggas. When they friend do something,
he talking about Fatty now.
When they friend do something, he's scared of you. He's scared of you, Anton. He's scared of you, Anton. That's why he don't say your name, Anton. Mark Lamont Hill don't want to smoke, Anton. Tommy said something about Anton. Anton ain't never said nothing about you, Tommy. You just grasping at straws. He don't want to talk to you because you low level.
So let me give some insight into why I've never individually had a conversation with Tommy Sotomayor. All right. And this is not something that I would usually
see, and he see how he said, I want to hear it. That's how I was. So good. Come out and say it. What's up? So it's interesting. I'm gonna let this play, and I won't stop. I'm gonna try not to interject, but I'm sure that Tommy will. Hold on a second. I have to interject on Tommy. Give me a second.
Say publicly, but I'm gonna say it today. I'm gonna give y'all the inside scoop on why I have never had a conversation, nor have I ever invited him up on a platform.
Okay.
Because YouTube does not like Tommy Sotomayor. It's not personal. It's not because he's not.
Okay, guys, I got somebody's ringing my doorbell, so I'm gonna let this play.
a good content creator, I would know. I don't watch his show because I don't watch anything on Rumble. I only watch stuff that's on YouTube, Netflix, and whatever, right? I don't watch Kick. I don't watch Twitch. I watch none of that, all right? The reason why I don't do business with Tommy Sotomayor is because for me, Tommy Sotomayor is bad for business when it comes to YouTube. It's one thing to get demonetized. It's another thing if YouTube is saying, we don't want you on the platform at all. It's the reason why I've never reached out to Andrew Tate. It's the reason why I haven't had conversations with a lot of people. And it's not personal to Tommy, right? It's that I'm not going to risk, jeopardize, and other people can. If Fatty want to do it, he can. If other platforms want to do it, they can. But if I find out that a person, even if somebody on my team recruited a person that YouTube is saying we don't even want on the platform at all, it's the reason why I've never reached out.
Okay, I want to get this.
YouTube, Netflix, and whatever, right? I don't watch Kick. I don't watch. Nor have I ever invited him up on a platform.
Okay.
Because YouTube does not like Tommy Sotomayor. It's not personal. It's not because he's not a good content creator. I would know. I don't watch his show because I don't watch anything on Rumble. I only watch stuff that's on YouTube, Netflix, and whatever, right? I don't watch Kick. I don't watch Twitch. I watch none of that, all right? The reason why I don't do business with Tommy Sotomayor is because for me, Tommy Sotomayor is bad for business when it comes to YouTube. It's one thing to get demonetized. It's another thing if YouTube is saying, we don't want you on the platform at all. It's the reason why I've never reached out to Andrew Tate. It's the reason why I haven't had conversations with a lot of people. And it's not personal to Tommy, right? It's that I'm not going to risk, jeopardize, and other people can. If Fatty want to do it, he can. If other platforms want to do it, they can. But if I find out that a person, even if somebody on my team recruited a person that YouTube is saying we don't even want on the platform, then I don't fuck with you because I am not going to ever risk my good standing because I am on here to make money. I am not on here to make people feel good. I'm not on here to go against the system. I'm not on here to be a masquerade for truth and righteousness. I don't give a fuck about that. My goal is to have conversations in which I add value to the people that support me, love me, and the bag chasers. And I am here to get money.
I am not mad at anything he said.
Yep, that's what I said.
He said he ain't up there about any righteousness.
Yep.
Or no truth.
Right.
He's there to get money.
Absolutely.
He said it out of his own mouth.
Absolutely.
He's not trying to go against YouTube
because
YouTube is how he pays his bills.
Absolutely.
I am not mad at him at all for saying this.
Yeah, me either.
He's bag chasing.
Yep, bag chasing. Yep.
He said apparently he didn't really know what I'm about. He just knows YouTube don't want me around.
Yep.
So I want you to understand, he will sit and have a conversation with the booty warrior who brags about taking men's anus.
Oh, yeah, he did do that. Oh, that's a good point. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is what I was saying about like the degenerate stuff that Anton do is say and have in his panelists say, and all the different stuff that's going on in the world of his platform that are extremely degenerate and it's ridiculous, but for some reason it is approved by YouTube, and they don't care. They don't care about us going into dissension and to degeneracy. And like I said, the Anton have his 1 foot in and 1 foot out of degeneracy and destructive of men hood. I've seen it 100 times. I'm gonna analyze some of his conversations that he have on his panel too, because I'm gonna show you guys where he can't be for that stuff if you are 100% Christian. You can't be. And I'm not. He's a very smart, intelligent, highly intelligent guy about the book, about the Bible and Christianity. But I don't. It's certain things that I just know common sense. You know, even though I'm not as good as in the Bible as he is, I'm very conscious of it, and I communicate about it, and I read on it too. But also, I just don't think that it holds up to scrutiny of it if you put it to the test. If you do the scholastic method of the Bible and some of his things that he says, some of the things he allows, and some of the point of views that he has on Christianity and different structures of how people need to be conducting themselves. And it's just, you know, it's just culture is trash, and I know he fights against that a lot. But at the same time, this is that problem that I told you guys about. Because the Booty Bandit, he did interview that guy, and it was a back chaser situation. He knew he can go viral on it, and he did, and it made a fortune for him. So he was right.
And he'll let the booty warrior flirt with him, and he'll giggle with the booty warrior because he can make money off of that.
Yes, absolutely.
And the booty warrior,
that's true,
says that it's okay for him to be there.
Right.
He says all these things.
That's true.
Yet you went on Fatty's show to discuss me. Now you're on your own show right now, using my video,
absolutely,
my voice, my image, right now.
Yeah, you're right.
If what your stance is true, and I tell you, I really have no problem with it. When you say, hey, I don't want to risk my stuff, I'm okay with that. That makes sense. But
that's what I said.
How can you say this while you're showing me my video, even got my OnlyFans scrolling across the bottom, which if you haven't joined it, you should join it right now because it's 60% off. Come and join my fight club.
That's so funny because all that's true. All that's true. And he's not getting demonetized or anything. That's interesting. Interesting as hell.
Come join my fight club, baby. It's scrolling across his screen. It's scrolling across mine. Stop acting like you don't want to join it.
It's
go join
scrolling across mine too.
Hear what they're talking about.
Wow, that's funny.
Another
that's
person
funny.
Banned from YouTube that he actually has on his show. You know who else is banned from YouTube? Charleston White.
Is Charleston White banned from YouTube? Wow.
You interviewed Charleston White. Charleston White.
Yeah, he's on a lot of platform stuff too. So he may not be able to have a channel, but his other people have him on their show, and they make a lot of money off of him too. Wow.
White is banned from YouTube. Charleston has said it to me himself. He's banned from YouTube.
Yeah. Context, y'all. Context and the truth, and always make sure that what comes
that was
out
just
your
a Christmas thing, Snow Bandit.
What comes out your mouth can hold up to scrutiny for decades to come. And I just don't. That's why I say I just don't think these guys
banned from YouTube.
do.
I think he's just demonetized. I don't think he's banned.
That's ridiculous. If they still demonetize, that's ridiculous.
But like I said, I don't have a problem with somebody saying, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with you because it's bad for business. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make sense that you're now showing my video on your channel, which again, you said YouTube doesn't like me. So why would you risk your channel by putting my video up there?
Yeah, I agree. I told you. I said I understand.
Thank you, Ron. This goes against everything you just said.
And so unless he ever gets back on YouTube or
implant his video, implant like having his percent, like the only thing that he's not doing is he's not putting Tommy Sotomayor's name in the title. He's not putting Tommy Sotomayor's name in the title. that might be affecting my stuff. I don't even know. I gotta check and see. That's interesting. Okay.
Getting YouTube's good graces and standings, then I will not be having conversations with him, nor will I be having conversations with anybody else that is a brand risk or that could possibly group me in the same group that ultimately is the bad guys list. Now, you may disagree with that. You may say,
I don't. The person who's out talking to you, I don't. I listen. I would never, and y'all know since the time I've been around, what have I said? I would never ask any of y'all to risk how you pay your bills, your wife, your kids, or none of that for me. I would never ask a person to do that. Normal person wouldn't. Just because I choose a road doesn't mean everyone else must choose that road. I would never ask anyone else to do that. So he's correct. But he has not answered anything I've said in my video. And again, here's the funny part. When you were blocking me out of the comment section, when you blocked me on Instagram, you could have easily said to me, hey, bro, no offense. Well, you didn't have to say anything to me. Why am I saying that? He didn't have to say anything to me. When he blocked me out of his comment section, he had every right to block me out of his comment section. You say he paid Charleston White $10,000. That's wild.
Didn't you pay Charleston White $10,000?
say, oh, I don't like that, or I don't agree with this, or you should do this, or whatever, but I don't have a personal relationship with you, so you can't put your standards on me as an individual that likes to create content and that monetizes and make millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars off of this shit every single month.
He said he makes millions and millions and millions and millions. And this is why I don't like followers. Because if there were real followers who followed him right now, they would stop following him because he just lied. He makes millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars off of YouTube content every month. You got Social Blade, you can go and look at how much each one of his channels makes every month. It's not even hard to do. The biggest YouTuber ain't making millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars each month. That is insane that he would even say that. But he knows that black folks like numbers they could never achieve.
Yeah.
Say you're really rich. Why you think every rapper, before they've ever sold an album, tell you how they riding Bentleys, driving Bugattis, and got millions upon millions? Because they know black folks like hearing that.
Yep.
Black folks like being talked down to.
Yeah, they do. They do. And that's why
And then you see what this
that's so funny, because I want you guys to know I do not watch this stuff because obviously it's so much. It's like once you do 2 hours or something or an hour or something, you don't want to do it again. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I got to watch it in real time because I'm pretty good at reacting to things in real time too. And I really want it to be natural too. So I make an effort to not see something when I'm reacting to it because I do want to react to it in real time. I don't care what line it crosses during while watching it. But he's right. He's 100% right on that because but at the same time, you know, I don't know about people not following him. That's crazy. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's millions and millions and millions per month, but it could be. I don't know. I know that Fresh and Fit in them, they were making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, and I seen Anton show like 300,000 that he made from YouTube in a month and all that crazy stuff like that. So he making money. So I just don't know what it is. So, and then three months of that, you are doing about $1 million every quarter. So you making millions and millions of dollars, hundreds and like he said, hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars every quarter, and pretty much it's total up in a month doing this stuff. So I don't know. I let him go.
Full Opportunity Smoke wrote, bro is trying to stay relevant, is what he said about me. I'm trying to stay relevant. They love telling somebody that they're trying to stay relevant. You're not relevant. Your relevancy is being this nigga's fan. Y'all listen to a man tell y'all that he makes millions upon millions upon millions a month on YouTube.
I'm no stranger to dealing with people with controversy. But I am a stranger to dealing with people that I believe personally, because I am the CEO of my life, and I am a person that is going to make an executive decision to protect the money for all of the other people that I pay. Whether it be my editors, whether it be other people that I live stream with, whether it be my Room 9 people or whatever it is, whoever it is that I do business with, I have to understand if it is good for business or if it's bad for business. So I have to make that decision because I have to live and die with whatever it is that happens to me from a consequence perspective.
So what was it he doing before he did YouTube? If he's going to now die from that. Again, I'm not telling him that he shouldn't do it. I'm not telling him he shouldn't want this extra money, because you should. But to make it sound like it's the end all be all,
it is
from this man that
if this is his personality and he could kind of make like content like how he makes content, I would say that it is. This is what he's probably supposed to be doing, and what everything geared him to be doing with his life. He's been doing it so long, and this outcome is extremely network productive. It's industry productive. So this is what he's supposed to be doing. He's not supposed to be going back to be a banker, analyst of data and all the other stuff that he used to do, or the network or tech, internet tech for banks and stuff like that. That's not what he's supposed to be doing for the rest of his life, because that would be an under usage of his actual overall abilities. So this is what he's supposed to be doing. And you know that. He's a content creator. He's a podcaster. He's just like what you doing and what you're supposed to be doing. You know, I guess Tommy, he's a psychiatrist, so he literally he has patients if he wanted to too. So that's interesting. You know, but just like Anton, he can go and do data analyzing and do company consulting and all that stuff. He could do that.
told y'all, I don't know. That sounds odd to me. What was he do? I don't.
Everybody got like hundreds of thousands of dollars to fund into their podcast, and that's why they're so big as they are. Little people like me and you, we gotta do it day by day and hope that we catch a wave. You know what I mean? Or at least have a purpose for what we're doing it for, and let that just be what it is. And if it is, it is.
It has nothing to do with him at all. It has
He's not addressed anything I said in this video at all.
everything to do
he did
with business. I wish him the best. I hope that he does well. I hope that he is richer than rich, and I don't know what his money look like, nor do I care. I am not here to count his money. I am having a conversation and telling you that it is not good business sense for me as a content creator that has over 1.6, 1.7 million subscribers across multiple different platforms on here. It does not make sense for me to invite somebody onto my platform that I don't believe.
He said he got 1.6 million subscribers across multiple platforms, but he makes millions on YouTube. That doesn't even make sense. 1.6 million across multiple platforms, but you make millions on YouTube.
Well, he messed up what he said, really, because really is different channels on YouTube. He got 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube across different channels. He's on different platforms also, Instagram. I don't know if he's on Facebook, TikTok, or something like that. I'm pretty sure he's doing numbers over there and something else. I don't know. I have no idea. But I know his bread and butter is YouTube. So I know he got 4 different channels, and I know that is 1.7 million across 4 different channels.
A month.
Long term adds value into what it is that I'm building. So when people sit here and say, Anton, is it beef? I say, what beef? How can I beef with somebody that I have never done business with? I don't have a personal relationship with. I don't have any animosity with. I'm not even sure that I would disagree with him on talking points. It's too many people that depend on me. I got too many people that work for me. I got too many people that is saying, hey, man, we need to build this, we need to build that, or whatever. It ain't about you. It's not. I would love to have conversations with people and explore what it is that they're about and stuff like that. But unfortunately,
the reason I don't have
Jesus.
47 is because I've always been obsessed with treating my fine lines before they get worse. And yesterday,
fortunately, I don't think that it would be conducive for what it is that I'm building. That's it.
I respect that.
That's it. That's all. I'm not really sure how much there is to explain.
But you didn't address anything I said in that video, though. Why have me up there on the screen?
But he did address why he didn't like what you have in the video. In the video you said that he blocked you, and then he didn't invite you up, and if he's willing to debate anybody on pretty much to debate anybody for intellectual verses or debating and stuff, why he keep running for you? Why you not inviting you on the platform to discuss you? Because you bad for business. Because you're bad for the platform. Because YouTube has banned you, and he feels like if he brought you to the platform, it will hurt his economic pocket. But he contradicted that by using your clip on this episode and actually do a stream talking about you on the Millionaire Money Show. And then he cuts it to actually isolate your debate about him. So all he's doing is seeing that it hurts maybe the clip or his platform if he puts your title in your name in the title or something like that. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But he actually answered the reason why he banned you and he blocked you from the actual chat. And additionally, why he's not doing the debate with you, and why he not elevating you up to interview or anything like that. He already said you bad for business. So he actually, do you want me to play your actual what you put on the actual the comment? Here it goes. Let's remind you what you're saying.
With my work, bro, but you better get acquainted. You better get acquainted. I will nuke everybody. I shouldn't even be talking to these niggas. I need to be talking to their boss. They're in negotiations to try to get contracts up, trying to count money.
I'll let this play so you can remind yourself of what did he address or what he didn't address.
Then how come you ain't got no motion on your own? That's all I'm saying. I could teach you something. Let me coach you, nigga. Because, you know, I kind of look at him as autistic. The nigga blink a lot when he talk. I honestly, and this is the honest to God truth, I'm not dissing. I'm not dissing. You know how these super pseudo-intellectual people, they have quirks about them and they do stuff. They got tics and stuff like that. I thought that the nigga was autistic at first. But see, the problem with niggas that be autistic, and there's nothing wrong with somebody on the spectrum. Because see, y'all look at these niggas as savants. Y'all look at them as super intellectual. These niggas fear you. They fear me. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman. You know what makes me the boogeyman? Because I don't need no sponsors. I don't need nobody to tell me what to do. I own 100% of everything and I don't have no strings on me. So I say what the fuck I want to say when I want to say it. And we can have a conversation and all of that stuff maybe one day, but you got to ask your boss if you can talk to me first, bro. I don't know if that's in your contract. Seriously, like, talk to Joe, my nigga. Talk to Joe before you talk. Talk to Al Jazeera. Make sure that you don't say anything incendiary because you know what happened on CNN. When you start talking too much about Israel, they fired your ass, nigga. Now, we can get into the whole intellectual conversation, and I think that you're going to get embarrassed in that. I ain't even going to lie to you. Honestly, I think that that would be a bad look for you. And I'm advising you before you talk to your managers. And the reason that I think that that's going to be a bad look for you is because I don't have nothing to lose. I'm a lifetime C student. Everybody know I'm a lifetime C student. I'm community college. You finished your doctorate. All these niggas like Mark Lamont Hill sound smart to niggas that got student loans. Honest to God. These niggas is smart to niggas that got African American studies degrees. These niggas is smart to people that's broke.
How about we add a round 3? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Tommy Sotomayor. And that guy, well, that guy's Anton Daniels. When I first saw him, I didn't know if it was just Rick Ross and he had maybe got on a little bit of Ozempic. I'm not sure. But he talked like he Rick Ross, the boss. He act like he Rick Ross, the boss. But you know who he really act like? Yours truly. Man, it's hard to sit here and watch Negroes trying to act like me. Go ahead and drop that motherfucking beat. He done sit there and drop the beat on his video like I do. Try to have talking points like I do. I done sit up and watch this man steal more shit from me than a hair-hatted hooligan running up out of a hair store trying to get bags and bags and bags of that brand new yak. Now, he want to talk about how this man might sound. I'm not a fan of Mark Lamont Hill. Not many people are, apparently. But that being said, it's a shame to watch somebody say he sounds smart to people with student loans. He sounds smart to people who, I guess, got African American studies. Nothing wrong with you trying to diss student loans, but then the people who went to college, like myself, some of the ways you could get through college was with a student loan. Pay them off. That's what you got to do. That's what I did. But I would test my degree against yours. I don't know why you or anybody else would try to downplay the fact that a person was able to go do this and pay it off. You know, it's like paying off a house, paying off a car, paying off any loan. You felt like that degree would make you better. And if you look over my career and you look over my resume, it did. It helped me. Knowing these people helped me. Interacting with these people in this social setting helped me. Now, college today, not really, even though I'm paying for colleges. Ugh. And no, they don't have to get student loans because they dead out here whoring. I mean, working hard. But that being said, sir, you said that people are scared to go up against you. I've been reaching out to this man for 2 years now. He know who I am. He done stole and ate from me for years and years and years. He know exactly who I am. Do he pick up? No. I even went to one of his live shows and asked for the link. You know what they did in the comment section? Block me. You know who blocked me? Him.
You ain't never seen this man reach out to me from the time he was this high to the time wherever he is now, or wherever he claimed to be. Millionaire and all this stuff. I own everything. Where you get that from? Where you get that telling these niggas, go to your boss? All these lines you done use, you done took them from me, and there's many more I could say. I'm trying to make this short, though. You said you'll nuke anybody. We both be on Fox. You act like you don't know who I am. Pretend you don't know how to say my name. Because you like clout chasing other people. You're clout farming. Well, how about you go one-on-one with me? Let's see if you do that. I bet I shoot down them fake-ass stolen talking points. You've been ethered.
You've been ether. That's what they call that. Okay, so he hasn't addressed your points. One, okay, you think he stole stuff from you. You got no factual evidence to say that he stole talking points from you. And that's your first point of it, is that he's saying things and he's doing things like even dropping that beat and stuff. He says somebody else, that little clip that you use with the music behind it, another creator grabbed the clip and he chopped it up like that and he put it on the beat under there. So they actually probably know you and they probably use yours. If that's your thing, they used it. He didn't use it. Okay. Whatever you see that is some similarity of his gift of gab and his communication that you may feel like is part of your repertoire, you got to prove it. You got to go grab a clip pretense to the invention or the creation or the actual communication of Anton Daniels to show that it's yours. Like I said, 2008 into 2012 to show that you communicated, and then he used it after existence of time. That's the only way you could do that. You don't have that right now. You're not showing up. It's all rhetoric that he stole something from you. You got no factual evidence of that. It's ridiculous. Okay. He seems like he communicates with his own individuality. Okay. So that's debunked. Okay. In addition to why he's not debating you and why he blocked you from the chat, he just told you you're bad for business. He's not going to touch you with a 10-foot pole. It's bad for business. He don't want to interact with you on your profile, on his platform, interact with you. Yes, by using this clip that he's coming online and he's actually putting on his platform. Then he cuts it up to be isolated to his interaction with you that he does on his Millionaire Morning Show, that he cuts up the segment that's dealing with you, shows that you're not toxic on his platform. So he is using it and he's actually gaining viewership from his audience to keep it on there. Because if he wanted to articulate it through the Millionaire Morning Show and did not give any validation to or interaction with you, then he would have kind of not turned it into an isolated clip. That way YouTube or anybody don't flag him for it, or he don't feel like he's giving a platform to you. But because he did that, it's just as monetizable as any other thing that he does on the platform. So that contradicts why he's not interacting with you on a personal interview and all the other stuff. But at the same time, he did give you an answer to why he's not interacting with you, because you're bad for business and you're messing up. You will probably mess up his platform, and he's a loyalist to YouTube, and if YouTube have opposition to you, he has an opposition to you. And like he said, if anybody in your situation, even if his staff was to put you on the platform, they would probably get fired, and they would be against all that. So he kind of in your ether, he actually clarified and he actually communicated what's the situation. So if you want to know from everything that explains your whole ether and your whole video that you did on ether in video you did, the answer is you're bad for business of Anton Daniels, AntonDaniels.com, Anton Daniels channel. You're bad for business, and he feels like you'll get him demonetized or some negativity, favorability will come to his platform because he's given a voice to you. That's the answer. So he did acknowledge everything you said in the ether.
Why?
Let's see if it's anything else for us to address here.
What us? Everything that, if all the things that Fatty has tried to say about me today, they existed the first time he brought me on the show. They existed when you gave me that $500.
I don't care about him. I'm never going to see him in real life. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in my bubble. I'm chilling. But when I see an opportunity to market myself, then I'm going to take the opportunity to market myself. That's it.
Damn.
Yes. And that's fair.
Simple. It's not any.
And made an apology to me right then and said, well, then I apologize to Tommy for making the video about you. And
this is between him and Fatty. This ain't got nothing to do with me.
It's not personal. It's that I pick and choose when I can leverage the visibility to do something. I don't actually have any animosity towards anybody.
And this is why in 2026.
It's shorter than me too. This is crazy. Dummy got the OnlyFans page. Then you over there subscribe to OnlyFans people. I don't understand it.
Because they're like a fighter on the back.
Yeah, I'm about to
and has morals that will sit there and say, I'm not doing that. That's not fair. Tommy, Fatty sounds Brazilian. If you want to piss him off, piss off to me. He looked like a 5'9".
Congratulations.
I'm always kicking. I'm going to evolve.
It is definitely impossible he doesn't know me. Fatty cut up so many of my damn clips on his page that it looked like my page. That is crazy. I'm telling you, y'all hear the lies that are being told? You don't know me. You don't consume me, but you always watching him and Ali. And Fatty and Ali had me all over their page. This is insane.
I already addressed this, so there's no point in me rehashing the same talking point.
Our biggest champion and supporter. So.
Yes. And I appreciate you. And I think you should bring back, instead of the movie Sundays, you should be.
Thank you. They had a video. I want all of y'all to understand this. These two people had a video called I Declared War Against Anton. He didn't even.
What two people? Is he talking about Fatty and Ali?
Why would you
I've
let
never
him
made
play?
any video that said that I declare war against anything, Tommy.
Imagine look what he just did. He stopped it and said, what two people? He swore up and down at the beginning he has not seen this video. Why would he keep moving the video? Why would he keep moving it forward? If you have not seen the video, why would you do this? Why would you then be asking questions, what two people, when you could just listen to what I said? Because you remember, you said at the beginning of this video, you have not seen it. For a man who's not seen it, you're doing a whole lot of skipping around and asking questions that the video would answer.
Yeah, and the reason why I don't like that skipping around, because it takes things out of context, and you got to leave it up to the person that's skipping it around to be able to articulate full context. And if you were to vet them, it will hold up to scrutiny if you went back to say, okay, I'm going to watch the video, and then you would say, okay, he did a good summary of what was in that video that he was skipping past. But because he's not even doing that, he's taking things out of context, and it takes the narrative of what they was discussing out of context. That's why I did the full video, and I kind of analyzed it as we were watching it, so you guys will have full context to everything. So that's why I said that's why I had to go back to that video and analyze that video, because how Anton was scrubbing through it. So that's why it's just, that's why podcasts are long form, and this one is ridiculous. You get what I'm saying? To be about almost 6 hours, but I'm gonna let this go. We almost done here, y'all.
As ever said.
Even play what I said about.
We got 15 minutes to cover on this.
Anton in the video. What? Let me ask y'all something. Wouldn't most people do that? That was the end of the video. Don't most people? Y'all tell me if I'm lying. If you brought somebody on to talk about what somebody else said, wouldn't you let them hear what was said? Wouldn't you let the audience hear what was said?
He didn't bring me on to talk about anything. I just pulled up because he had a smoke show. And so I pulled up to show him some love like I always.
That doesn't make sense, but he started talking to you about what the hell I said. He would let you hear it. You would have wanted to hear it. Not, well, that's not why he brought me there, but that's what he started talking to you about. You would have wanted to hear it. Y'all, this man ain't nothing but a damn liar. And all these Negroes are just fucking liars. Excuse my French, but to sit up there and use the excuse, that's not why he brought me on. He brought me on with a smoke show. What the fuck? He was telling you I had smoke with you. And you didn't want to know what I said? Not at all. That don't make sense.
Always do. And then he was able to chop up the clip and then get a lot of views and hopefully make a decent amount of money as a result of me having a conversation. Because I'm not tripping about anything, anybody asking me anything they want.
You say, hey, here's what he said about you. pH balance. Let me see where it's at. I would have to find it. First, I got Jason who wants to come and talk to me.
First off, this load of crap, short motherfucker, Antoine, said something about you a long time ago with Kevin Samuels. You know, Kevin Samuels because Kevin Samuels was on the Peace Network, and Kevin was good for going to other people's channels. See, Kevin was smart. I'm not going to dirty up my channel and talk about other people on my platform, but he'll go to other platforms.
I don't get into the whole Kevin Samuels thing, so I'm guessing that this is the end of this conversation. I don't even talk about Kevin Samuels or bring him up anymore because I actually know his mother and the daughter, and so I don't include that in a part of the conversation because Kevin is not here to defend himself. So I just let that be. I'll let everybody else continue to have conversations about Kev. Kev's legacy is Kev's legacy. As far as I'm concerned, I don't even know who that guy was at all. But as far as I'm concerned, that's where it ends. That's where it ends. I'm a bag chaser, and so I'm focused on the bread, and I'm focused on adding value to my people. I don't have any animosity towards him whatsoever. I hope that he is successful in whatever his endeavors are, and I hope that life treats him well. All right? So God bless you. I hope that everything goes well, and I hope that you also have a better understanding on what my position is, why I don't entertain it. Oh, and one other thing that I had that somebody had told me that he said. He said that
Somebody had told him that I said. Somebody had told him what I said. Do you see how strange this is? I'm on video. The video's there. Who would tell you what I said when you could hear it for yourself? This is insane.
Blocked him from being able to come up on my platform and have a conversation. I don't remember ever timing you out or blocking you at all. If a moderator did something because they thought that you were trolling, then that's one thing. And again, I'm not familiar with that. Also, on top of that, it could be maybe I thought somebody was imitating you. It could be anything or whatever. But I don't have any animosity towards you. Nobody.
Why would you think somebody was imitating you when you don't know me?
Right.
You only know of me. Why would somebody be imitating me and saying and just joining the regular conversation? So you thought that someone was imitating you, joining the regular conversation and said, hey, how do you get up there? I'd love to be able to join this panel. And you said, let's block him because I don't think that guy's really Tommy. Or somebody in the or one of your mods said, I think he's trolling. Remember, guys, I didn't go in his comment section and say anything stupid. I didn't act an ass. I didn't cuss him out. Didn't do any of that. I said, oh, these people are having a discussion. They're having a panel discussion. I'd like to join it. So you're making excuses while saying you don't remember doing any of it.
This is my face at 60.
Yeah.
No makeup, no filter. Just one aloe vera trick every single
See how
day.
weird Like Rumble is letting people do AI like commercials that are really weird and delegitimized and crooked and like just it's just like a scam, and it's like that's your videos is ridiculous.
Nobody is dodging. I don't think that you're saying anything that is mind blowing. Oh, and one last thing. I've never, ever in life, not one time, have I ever, I put it on my father's grave. I swear to God on everything. I will put my salvation on the line. I put it on my alive 17-year-old daughter's life. I have never, ever in my life, ever watched your personal live streams. I have never watched your personal videos. I have never sat there and put up on any computer, tablet, laptop, or phone device. I have never in my life watched anything that you have done individually, ever. Not one time.
Yeah, that's the trick.
Not one time have I ever sat and watched your.
I wonder is Tommy gonna catch that individually
live stream. This is the longest that I've ever sat there and watched you on a solo mission. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying.
One, I don't know why he's saying this.
right.
Two, he's clearly lying. Two, he's clearly lying. And this is why I don't trust anybody who says, I swear on my family, I swear on any of these things. When you hear them say it, the next thing coming out of their mouth is a lie. This man is the older than me and wasn't doing YouTube before he started doing YouTube.
He's not older than you. I think Tommy, you what, 40, 48, 49? I think you're about to be 50 or something. Anton's like 42, 43, I think he is. About 42, 43. So maybe you look at him and he looks older to you, but no, he's younger.
Possible. He has not seen a video of me alone when he said all he did was consume YouTube content. It is fucking impossible. But fine, I don't care. I want to know, why is he saying it?
Yeah.
Why is he saying it?
Because it leads
What
to
is
him.
the reason he's saying?
Because it leads to him not biting off of you.
Somebody say he's that old. What do you mean that old? How old am I? He's that old? Does he look younger than me? Wait a minute, he is younger than me? Wait a minute, he's 8 years younger? He's 8 years younger than me?
Yep.
I look pretty damn good. I look pretty damn good. All right.
And it's to this. I'm saying that I am not your target audience. I've never watched you a day in my life, not one time. I have been on YouTube since, and I'm pretty sure you've been on YouTube longer than me.
You pretty sure?
Maybe 2012? 2012? I have never, ever, not one time in my entire fucking life, ever. And I put that on my mama's life. If I'm lying, God strike me down right now. I have
Yes, because that's happened. Somebody said, if I'm lying, God strike me down right now. And God struck them down. I know plenty of lying hoes, and no, they weren't Thundercats. But I know plenty of lying hoes who said this, and they didn't get struck down. Nothing happened to them. God didn't intervene because they were lying right then. It's never happened. Any of y'all know of this happening? Anybody know of this happening? Yes, and I never said this. Why is he saying it? Why is he saying it? Why is he trying to prove this? What is he getting out of proving this? I would love someone to explain to me, what is he getting by saying, you know what? Thank you for getting my joke thick cut. What? Why is he saying this?
Yeah, he can wrap this on up, you know? Really can.
never, ever watch one video, live stream of you doing anything solo. Anything, not one time. So if you are sitting there thinking, Tommy Sotomayor, that I am biting your style, even when Fatty did the live stream and he showed the ether beat coming up, that's somebody else that chopped up my content and put that behind it. I didn't even know that you did something like that because I've never, ever watched a live stream of you. I don't watch Rumble. I don't watch Rumble. So
that's when you could tell he's being disingenuous, when he keeps saying, I don't watch Rumble. When he said right before this, I'm pretty sure you was on YouTube before I was. I started in 2012. He also said he knows that I'm banned from YouTube. Unless I was always banned from YouTube, there had to be a time in which I wasn't. If you have never watched 1 second of mine, you would not then turn around and say, I don't watch Rumble. No one says that. No one says, I don't watch and have not watched. And then to say, solo show of you, I have not watched a solo show of you.
Yeah, that's the
and
trick.
And then say, I don't watch Rumble. And yet, the video he is reviewing
It's a solo. Yeah, it is.
Right, Dennis. Dennis said this is gatekeeping at its finest.
Oh yeah, definitely is. Definitely is. Yeah.
Shouting out YouTube like it's the greatest thing on earth.
Well, it is. It is. I mean, I can't see. I just don't see anybody really taking streaming and content, like viewing away from YouTube. It's too crazy. It's just too crazy.
when I say never, I mean never have I ever watched any of your content before in my fucking life. So if you think that somebody is stealing your style,
That's it. You gotta go.
Stops. I didn't stop it. That's where it stops.
No, you gotta watch that.
But I guess what he was trying to say is, I am not stealing your style, which is fair. He wanted me to know that if he was stealing my style, he couldn't have gotten it because he doesn't watch Rumble. He doesn't watch Rumble. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to show you guys something. Let's read a little bit, if you don't mind. Let's read a little bit of what the.
And that will be the end of pretty much what I wanted to kind of show you guys, and which I wanted to like pretty much put in context to the situation and everything. And I'm gonna let him do some reading because I think he's about to go into some more bantering about it that I can get his point of view. But I'm not gonna let it go to the whole thing because I think we would have to go about another 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and I don't think that's necessary. So I'll let him kind of do this next, whatever he's kind of doing with these chats and everything, because he's about to read a bunch of chat dialogue, and then he's going to go into his own riff. But I think the chat dialogue is about 15 minutes. Yep, 15 minutes. But I'm not gonna do that whole thing. I just want to see what he's talking about. So let's go.
Comments say over on his page. I'm just curious of what they might be saying. Would y'all like to read them? I'd like to read them. I want to read them. I want to read them and weep. This person said, Tommy just doesn't have a filter at all. I've watched him for years. Doesn't always agree with him or his delivery, but I have a lot of respect for him. He is a champion of free speech.
Yep,
Sadly,
absolutely.
people who support what Frederick Douglass called the law of slavery, as profoundly ironic as that is, did everything they could to
this soft mineral melt in your mouth to rebuild teeth and gums overnight. Anybody struggling with receding,
counsel him. Always glad to see him back on YouTube. He is the king of controversy. It's what he does. Who is Tommy? For real? What is it he do? Tommy is the big homie, with all due respect to you, Anton. You could never be Tommy. Never. You are a Timu version, and your nonsense rambling annoys me at Anton.
Timu.
There are two different styles of content. Anton style keeps him on YouTube. Tommy style keeps him off of YouTube. As being a huge fan of Tommy since he first started, Anton is getting the bag the correct way.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Y'all remember, these are the same black folks who say that other people are just trying to grift. He said Anton is getting the bag.
Yeah, he is, though.
Way.
He is.
The bag,
he is.
You say?
Yep.
Ricky D223 says happy holidays to Tommy. Thank you. And Leviathan put 10 on it, and he said, if this douche Canoe has never watched Tommy, he's missing out. Forget this clown. And Son says, I'm not a subscriber of Anton, but YouTube recommends his video. YouTube recommends other channels that react to your videos. There's no way he didn't see you on YouTube. No, but he swears up and down. I only exist on Rumble, and therefore he's never seen me because he.
What is he doing?
Tommy still has the belts. 100. Watch that man run through everyone in the pro-black community from 2014 to 2016. You had to be there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'm subscribed from Fatty and Ali because they don't like white people. What? Anton, Tommy has been on YouTube since the late 2006. It was it's not true. It was the origins that started this. KS used to follow him a lot of information off of him. Sucks for Tommy that he started in a time when it wasn't cool to talk crap about black women. But now a bunch of guys are making money talking crap in a more civil way about black women because it's now acceptable. Tommy always claims somebody stole his style. Never heard of Fatty or Tommy. I like Anton. Can't comprehend why this is important. Just stick to your content that I'm feeling or get canceled yourself. Seeing this episode made me wonder, is the she in you fiercely trying to get out and control your narrative? I don't know who was first, but I saw Tommy decades ago. Truth is, Tommy is too raw for sensitive ears. Kevin Samuel was a more polished version of Tommy. This is why he was able to go commercial.
Absolutely.
Black women sabotage Tommy's channel, but he'll always be the GOAT. Anton, that's not true. You've had Myron Gaines on your After Hours show several times. Besides, you just said you have his number in your phone and that you know him personally, and YouTube definitely doesn't like Myron. Although Tommy is the originator, Anton's is the guy he can't son. Anton, it would be nice if you, Charleston, and Tommy had a debate. They have an interview together. People are born haters.
He sees your greatness, and it's as simple as that. As that to he got you.
Okay, but I'm not gonna go through him talking about the chat. But look, he's reading the chat just to kind of show what support he has. Obviously, he previously read it or something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that context. So look, guys. I hope that you guys understand the context and how much these guys tried to avoid each other, and it was inevitable for them to actually interact. And now we got the full context of them. And I don't think that Anton responded to this show. If he did, I would kind of go through it. But we gotta get to some regular news and some other stuff I want to point out. Look, I know we 5 hours and 35 minutes on this. It's a wild podcast. Don't say I didn't do my share podcast for the last couple of days, because I did it all on this one. Look, guys, hit the like button, subscribe. My name is Daris D. McKinney. This is Individual Perspective. Daris D. McKinney, and this is Individual Perspective Podcast. I got to slow down when I say that, so I can make sure you guys understand it. Like, subscribe, follow. Please check us out. Please be supportive to what we're doing, y'all. We're gonna do more, but I need you to get these numbers up, and I'll see you guys on the next pod. I'm probably do one later on today or probably tomorrow, but I gotta go do some other things. We gotta make some money. Okay, check you guys out.